I just always hear, it's a stone, Luigi! You didn't invent it! Oh, what's up, Noah? What's up, Kappa? How you doing? Trying to remember what I was up to in this. It's been a while. Also, it's been a while since I've seen that name. I thought you changed it to Noah. But... tides are okay. Mostly. Wait a second. My brilliant plan... it worked well enough. Oh, what's up, Online Vintage? How you doing? We're just getting back to this hack whose name I have difficulty pronouncing. It seems like a much chiller level up past the last one, with its morsel-esque gimmicks. I still think those stars are reused, like, straight up from the end of level parade bit. Which is not a bad thing. It's a cute gimmick. I thought I could duck under that, and the answer was no, I could not. Alright. This is very much just entering the tube at the right time, sort of, oh no, we are adding blocks. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Wow. Huh. You know, I could say I one-shot that. I think I got a little bit into the level last time, but I didn't get that far into the level. Doing good, just trying to play Wind Waker? Oh, nice. I hope you succeed in playing Wind Waker. Oh, no. Oh, the second halves of these are sometimes awesome. I don't know how to feel about this. No, I know how I feel about this. This is pretty awesome, actually. Just do the inverted thing. This hack uses gimmicks really well. I guess in other hack-related news, I saw a post by Yogui on this particular hack, stating that he had posted it by mistake to standard hard instead of very hard, so I remedied that. It is now set correctly. It seemed like the right thing to do, I don't know. Oh no. Well, it kind of worked. Only kind of worked. Okay, that's a problem, because he's not affected by the tides. This fish is untitled. Untitled fish. Well, I kind of suspected one way or the other. Alright, they're not actually wanting to get out of the water. I kind of thought that baiting them out might have been the play, but I guess not. I like the partial transparency, too. That's always a fun one. Okay. Let's go mildly faster and see what is up ahead. Oh, wait. You know, there was a lot of things I could have done here that would have been smart. That wasn't any of them. Not a single one. I was trying to think if I got anything accomplished since yesterday, and the answer is not very much. End up using up the residual cookie-using materials to make additional cookies. So now I've got another about 3 dozen cookies and a very small amount of cookie dough sitting in my fridge. Which I think I'll probably just eat. Honestly, I don't want to have to, like, go and set up all the stuff to cook, like, 2 cookies. It just seems like too much work. You could say, Pat, why didn't you, just cook them up, cook those last ones? And I'm like, yeah, because I was also lazy then, too. Part of the problem is I threw out one of my half sheets, and I never replaced it. And so, it's kind of a drag, because with only one half sheet, I have to clean the half sheet every time I make a batch of cookies. Whereas last time I kind of swapped them out, and so like my entire speed of cookiness has gone down quite significantly from that one change. And of course, at this point, I honestly need to throw out this half sheet and replace it with another one, because it also buckles a lot. Half sheets don't cost, like, hardly cost anything, so it doesn't really matter. I just need to, you know, buy some, go down to the restaurant supply store or Amazon or something and acquire a couple more, because they're really dang cheap, aluminum half sheets. I hate fish. Wait, no, I thought I dropped down. Okay. Alright, I wonder if this is a teaching moment or that's an obstacle moment. That might have been one bop too many. Yeah. The timing on that was not what I was expecting. I didn't see it was tight or anything. I think I was close to making it. Oh, this I hate. Oh, if I'd gone down one more tile, I would have been fine. But, yeah. Yeah, it was fun to make cookies. Always fun to make cookies. It's nice I got to make the dough last night, and then I actually just do the baking the day after, which actually makes the cookies better, bizarrely enough. Something to do with, like, dough hydration or flour hydration or something. I think also cooling down the butter makes a difference. You know what? There's no point to this big area over here. I was gonna put a secret pipe. Nope, there is a point to that area. I don't know what it was, but apparently there was one. Yeah, cooling down the butter, I think, before cooking makes a difference. But I don't have I'm not Alton Brown, so don't quote me. I don't like these fish-based obstacles. Yeah, that one went okay, I guess. But yeah, it was mostly just to use up the additional eggs and butter and stuff that I just wasn't going to use otherwise, most likely. Waste not, want not, I suppose. With any luck, we'll actually do some sort of in real life thing in the near future at a friend's house who will have children who will appreciate cookies, so. I'll probably take them there tomorrow, provided they don't cancel. I was hoping this week I'd have another shot at taking him to my DM's house, but apparently the stomach bug that was ailing his daughters is now ailing him, which is unfortunate. But I have to assume he's gotten over it by now, but, you know, never want to risk those sorts of things, especially not anymore. I think I'd rather swim over this. I was also looking at my list of game requests and looking at the YouTube VODs for the other game requests I've been trying to finish up. I'm like, I've already spent almost 16 hours on Final Fantasy III. And 12-ish, probably a little bit more, maybe like 14-ish on Shadow Man. I was looking at my list of requests and be like, huh, what would I want to play next? It was up to me. Kind of tempted by Darkseid. Do something that's kind of different. I don't think Dark Souls counts as a Metroidvania, but also I don't think it doesn't count. Like, you have some of the loot collection mechanisms, and they make you stronger. It's like it's an ARPG, I suppose. So you aren't getting quite that far away from those things, but it's still kind of more similar to Shadow Man than, say, something different like Darkseid is. Oh, this will make the fish part easier. That was much easier. I really like that. Not gonna help with the rest of this nonsense, but it definitely did take care of the fish. Alright, now this timing. I want to say maybe I should have given it another... Right, that's the key. Once I'm on dry land, I'm fast again. Okay. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Being on dry land. Okay. The timing for this... Yeah, I think I was a little bit too late. I hope I didn't need that guy. It really felt like a place to just throw that out. Alright. I haven't seen a moon yet. Oh, I don't like this kind of thing. I haven't seen a moon yet. Ah. Nice try, game. Nice try. Oh. I'm sorry. Orb. What a palate cleanser after the last level. Whales. A whole lot of them. Alright, I like whales, I guess. I once teached a whale to jump out of its tail. I think that background might be from Echo the Dolphin. Aha! We have these things. That's a cute sprite to put in this game. Wait. I don't know why I waited for that guy. The thing I keep wondering is if those are going to end up hitting me. Because in Mario 2, like, these things can be dangerous. They actually do have hurt boxes. Alright, time to figure out whether or not we can murk the boss bass. I think the answer is no, we cannot. That's unfortunate. I'd say coming in here with Fire Flower might be a little bit OP. Just a little bit. But only a little bit. Relaxing. Alright, well, so much for being OP. You know, I think I planned that poorly. That was a trap. I saw it coming. This is also a trap. Just looking up how to beat the game. Just look up. Yeah, that wasn't too bad, actually. Easy midway. So it's giving me a little bit of reprieve. Though I have to go back to that morsel block level. Mankey Construction Co. and... oh no, auto-scroller. And give it another shot. To go get that moon, which is near the right end of the level. I'm shocked I didn't die there. Yeah, this is the kind of auto-scroller where you only get one shot for most things. Interesting. I gotta keep my eye out for the moon in this level. I just haven't been watching for moons as well, because I've been busy looking at whales. Going whale spotting. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, man. Yeah, I wonder... I hope that next dungeon in Final Fantasy 3 is not going to be too difficult now because of the whole I now have the right class to manage this problem. I'm also curious how difficult it'll be to find Bahamut. I'd like to get the whole set of caster things, just for the sake of having a full set of caster options. Just seems like it would be amusing. Play around with Summoner later in the event that I feel like I want to. I don't like that jump. But per usual, having options in an RPG almost is... Oh, I understand now. I would have needed one of my dudes to run over there. I did not do that. Okay. I'm trying to decide if I want to keep living. I think the answer is no. I want that moon. And that moon isn't that hard to get. But... yeah, 2 fun dungeons looking forward to. The one in Final Fantasy 3, which I have the equipment to not have to suffer through now. And the one in Shadow Man, where if I do suffer through it, I will get the piece of equipment that grants me the ability to walk on fiery surfaces, which have been an obnoxious source of damage. As anyone who's watched Desi do Zelda 2 with Rando with Lethal Lava, or Z1M1 with Lethal Lava knows, it's just no fun. Gonna practice keeping Charlies alive. I regret practicing keeping Charlies alive. And of course, similarly on the thing, I need to figure out how to schedule Dark Souls. That's gonna be weird. Still love that background. It really screams Genesis to me. I don't know why. Like, it's clearly on the Super Nintendo. But just something about the color palette and all that just says Genesis to me. Maybe it's from... no, I don't think it'd be from that. No, I still think this might be Echo. was curious about something. What one of the developers of Echo the Dolphin had been up to for the last little while. Because apparently he was also like the head developer on Mort the Chicken, which is a game I know surprisingly little about, aside from watching a GDQ run about it once. And it's just a weird game. A very weird game about like an alien, a chicken defeating a bunch of aliens or something. I'm not exactly sure. It's got a gonzo plot. But apparently this this mascot character has been licensed out to use in another silly game. Oh, I need to get him to jump this way. That's, yeah, okay. I understand what to do here. So I was kind of curious what Ed and Azuska, or whatever his last name is, has been up to. Apparently he is still updating the Echo list, so if I wanted to, I could, you know, get on there without any work, because I've beaten both Echo games. And apparently all he administers is a small quiz to determine whether or not you've beaten either of the games, Tides of Time, or the vanilla Echo the Dolphin. I've beaten both of them. I'm certain whatever quiz he could throw at me would be easy enough to answer, even if it's been a while since I played either. But I think if I did want to get on the Echo list, I'd want to send him a clip of me beating the game, one of the games. Probably the second one. I kind of want to do the second one on Sega CD as just something different, because I played the first two on Genesis. Moons are us. But it's just something to do. Wait, I almost fell for it. I even knew that was coming, and I almost fell for it. Curious. I was about to say this would be an embarrassing place to die. Well, got Moon. Was worth. Yeah, the major differences between the Sega CD versions and the Genesis versions are basically a few small FMVs that are done in a, you know, fun 90s CG style when everyone was working on SGI workstations. And the soundtrack is slightly different because, you know, you have Red Book audio. It took me the longest time to know why it's called Red Book, actually. Like, they always talk about, oh, it's got Red Book audio, and I'm like, wow, it's got Red Book audio! And you know why? Because the various standards for different types of CDs have books that are colored differently. It's not to say that Red Book audio is a thing. No, it's that Red Book is the audio standard for CDs. You read the Red Book if you want to implement the audio standard for CDs. That's how it works. And there's a whole bunch of other colored books. I think the one that does, like, files, normal file system stuff is like the Yellow Book. So, yeah, I think those are the major two differences. I don't think, like, the gameplay is all that different, or the levels have been nerfed or buffed or anything, just the sound. So, nothing too fancy. Kind of wonder if I could jump on that too early and screw myself, but I guess the answer is no. Oink. Oink. Jump right over. Don't fall for either of these guys' ploys. I know what they're doing. Alright, this time, new plan. Gonna get revenge on all the footballers. I am not sorry, Charlie. I'm done with you, Charlie. Thought there might be a trap. No trap? No problem. Alright, that's 2 down. Was that a red dot? I didn't check going in. Nope. I'm frozen, can't move, can still jump though. Oh, I love this gimmick. Oh. This is not the gimmick I thought it was. You are Jump Man, so you can still jump, even when frozen. But you're not Spin Jump Man. Remember, if you're stuck, press Start and LRA. Not Spin Jump Man. I'm not happy about not being Spin Jump Man. Alright, well. Definitely think that if I find the secret exit first, I'm going for that one first. Yeah, I need to just let go there. Wonder if this is one of those that's a funny port. Bounce until it dies. Dang it, I wanted to land on top. Oh no. Okay. I think I need to spend a lot more time in the air. Where have you seen this one before? Hard to say. How you doing, Zuccotti? How you doing, Evil Ghost? Oh, I need to jump. I need not jump there. Snowland from Mario Kart Super Circuit. I have never played that. Does it turn Mario blue? Bonk. My brilliant plan to bonk this guy has failed repeatedly. I think I need to spend more time in the air to make sure my velocity doesn't run out, because even with ice, there's still friction. Or do that. That would provide more velocity. I hope this level's not that long, honestly. The last two levels were refreshing. Oh, there, I'm not dead, somehow. Yeah, the last two levels were kind of refreshing in their simplicity and honesty. As compared to this. Laying in bed, anticipating an epic snowstorm. Not tomorrow. Oh, is that the one that's supposed to get California, or a different place? I don't think if I've heard of any weather, interesting weather in other places. Like, we were supposed to have, like, snow yesterday night? Forgot to go check when it was happening, but I went outside and checked. I'm like, oh, yeah, there's no snow here. Not that I'm torn up by that or anything. Ah, this is where I get my velocity, if I can afford it. Nope. But yeah, apparently some people are forecasting snow for like San Francisco, which I can buy. Snow for LA is harder to sell. Like, having been to LA, rain for LA is often a hard sell. The place is just dry. I think Marissa's having a bad hair day. A psychedelic hair day, maybe? I don't know. I'm just gonna ducking for the hell of it. I don't think it's gonna make any difference in how I play this level. Okay. Damn it! Marisaku. It's been trying to snow the last few days, but either crappy non-stick melt instantly snow or last for 3 seconds. That reminds me. I set safe char. This one has some problems. It's not the worst look, I guess. I don't know. Small version. Definitely a little bit weirder. But yeah, door entry. You think I'd have learned a thing or two about fancy door entries, but no. No, I have not. Oh, man. I guess C3 results came out today. I guess that's kind of nice. This game won the, like, Standard Hack Award for Best Standard Hackiness. I didn't actually read them. I just saw them days before because, you know, as staff, I can see those things if I feel the need to. But it was tied with something else. There was another good standard hack that came out. I want to say Gamma V's Kaizo Conspiracy one. Hack I've never gotten to play. Just not that common to fuck doors in standard. It depends upon the standard, I would say. Standard very hard can do some nasty door things if it feels the need to. Which this now is. Since we spent so much time talking about it on stream about should this be hard or very hard, thankfully Yogui answered the question for us, so I didn't have to make any sort of deliberation. It is in fact a very hard hack. So we got that going for us now. Claimed that it was a mistake that he submitted it under regular hard or something like that. So now we know. And I think in more difficult hacks, it's more fair gamey to make door entries a challenge. I forgot to hit the block. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. There we go. Going backwards. That was articulate, wasn't it? Going backwards. That's what you'd name an interface in Java. Or something that goes backwards. Why am I having so much trouble with this? I one-shot this previously. Okay. I'm making it worse. My gut instinct says... No, I guess my gut instinct doesn't say. I don't know, I thought I saw something to the left there. Guess we'll just keep going and hoping. Because I don't think that was a midway, not spin jump. Oh, thanks, I hate it. This is an adorable concept. Yeah. I see what you did there. I like that this part at least is an auto player, so I don't have to actually pay attention upon starting the level. Except for when I pay attention and accidentally fuck it up. Like, this entire section is basically, can you do regrabs? And the answer is, I can occasionally. I kind of wonder if that was an intended solution. I really wanted to kill that one. The clipping the note block there. It works okay. It's not that bad. Nope. No checkpoint for me. I also can definitely see that there is something back there. That is so not worth it. Wait. No! No, I understand why I have this stupid thing, but I fucked it up. Alright. Time to die. One of those, like, I should have seen the idea there, and I just wasn't paying enough attention. I was like, I know there's a secret. Oh, it's just this. That sucks. Oh, no, wait. No, it's not just that. It's not just that at all. What's up, Revolt Catfills? How you doing? Had a horrible SMW-related nightmare last night. Not excited for Halloween level design contest. Oh, that should be fun. That's still a bit of a ways out, if I recall correctly. CLDC is, like, next month. I think it's in, like, April or something. Ow. No! We can make this. We can make it work. We can make it! What's up, Matt? That was a double troll. Mario World hack creepypasta. I've seen a few of those in prior Halloween level design contests. Those can be fun. And beginning does not matter. I can make this work. Oink. See? It just took a couple door shots. Now I know how to door. And I see the pipe, and I whiffed. But I'm definitely going for that level next, because I don't think I'm a huge fan. Like, this concept's kind of fun, but ultimately I think I'd rather play a level where I have a little more control over what I'm doing. And of course, I always appreciate when they give you the ability to anti-soft lock yourself without any real pain. Actually, it'd be kind of a funny concept for a troll hack, where you have the ability to start select out of the area you're in at any point in time, but it always takes you someplace incredibly unpleasant. Very much a Mario Maker style troll thing, I suppose, but... Okay. Still surprised when big I don't get hit there. Okay. There we go. Hooray! I can't... Oh, bumpties. My opinion is rapidly changed. From, okay, this is fine, to, oh no, bumpties. Alright, so I guess Fire Flower is part of the gimmick for this area. Because I was looking at some of these blocks, and they did look destructible. It's a lot of opinions change upon seeing bumpties. Exactly. It's a nice level. We're legally obligated to include bumpties. There was a hack very recently that that came up for for reasons. In the moderator Discord, and I watched the playthrough video. And the last level is Oops All Bumpties, where every single sprite object behaves as if it's a bumpty. Every single one. Which I can't determine if it's brilliant or terrible. Okay, that was a little too high. But given, you know, it was a sort of silly, trolly hack made for a specific person. In the honor of a specific person, I suppose I should say. Oh, that one ceiling right there is going to be my undoing. I should just duck. I should duck and still be good at things. Jesus, yeah. It was an interesting concept, as I said, not necessarily a good one. But just something people have to do. And it was a Kaizo hack, so like, whatever, you know what you signed up for. I need to take that jump a lot easier. Jesus was a bumpty. You know, I was trying to come up with a good comeback there. The note block section, bounce section was okay. I mean, maybe this section isn't very long, or maybe once I finally master this little bit here, it won't be that terrible. Because I think part of the problem is I'm just jumping way too early on that bumpty. Blind. I mean, the problem is any time you have velocity like this in Mario World, you will not be able to see that far to the right, which is what you care about. Like, I know there's a level in Jump. A level or two in Jump, actually. That, have custom camera controls to solve this problem. So that your camera, your Mario moves much further to the left side of the screen to give you more time to react to the things that are coming, you know, as like most shoot-'em-ups do, where you're way too early. Your ship is farther right, or farther to the left. It's usually left to right, in terms of, like, Gradius-style shooters. Trying to think about how else that works. You know, aside from your bottom to top shooters. Like Ikaruga. Because sometimes you have ones that, like, switch perspective. Death Smiles. Oh god, I've made everything worse. 2D Sonic also does that? Yeah, when you're going fast enough, your scroll moves a lot further to the left. Your scroll gets further ahead of you, I mean. To the point in 2D Sonics where you can outrun the camera, which can be a problem. Pans the camera to the direction you're going, yeah. There we go. Bonk. Ready. I hit the bumpty at least. Yeah, I wonder if there's any, like, reasonable Uber ASM you could do to make that work, or, like, sprite-based Uber ASM to make that work. Because I feel like that would benefit an awful lot of levels. Just the ability to say, don't follow the normal camera nonsense. They did reveal something interesting, that if I land behind the other bumpty, I can just jump over it again. I can just wait till I slide through and then jump on it. Or, you know, just do it right the first time. It's not that hard, I guess. No ESO's camera patch. Oh, is that the one that Jump uses? At least I think it's the one. Or, I know Jump does something with the camera. I don't know if it's that specific patch. Nope, different one. Interesting. Maybe I'll have to look at that. I'm curious. Wonder how intrusive it is. Because that's often kind of the problem. It's the one that Precision 86 uses? Ah, okay. You know, I haven't watched enough Precision 86 to have an opinion on that. I want to say I caught, like, a little bit of somebody streaming it. But I don't remember whom. Very complex. Yeah, that might be a problem. As with all sorts of patching stuff, it's the layering of patches where things become kind of nightmarish. Something, 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 dependency, and or DLL hell. Why you don't see too much. It's like very difficult to use. Ah, okay, so not just very invasive, it also requires a PhD in lunar magic to, I don't know. You probably have to set things very specifically for each level or something like that. I know I need to clip that jump. I just want to know what's beyond that bumpty. Beyond the bumpty. Like a safari movie. How am I supposed to... Yeah, I can't really react to that. You gotta know your shit and what parameters to use. Okay. It is not a drag and drop. Here's where I want my camera to behave this way sort of thing, which would be very convenient. It's one of those things I could definitely see, like, sprite-based Uber ASM working really nicely for people. Okay, we're not done yet. I thought those were spikes. Ah! No! Yes? No! Alright, we've seen the end. We know what it looks like. I think all I have to do is hold Y and not be ducking at the end, and I'll be fine. I think, like, the intro to this was definitely the hardest part. Getting this part down. Also, I just realized I don't actually need to carve out 2 blocks. Oh, no. I don't need to carve out 2 blocks. I just need to carve out the bottom block and then duck. And I can do that exactly when I'm ready to go. Boink. Now we're ready to go. I just have to relearn that entire section, apparently. But still, it's not very long, and that's what matters. Anyway, I'm gonna be curious to see... Oh, I keep forgetting it's the first ones to jump. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how much energy there still is for CLDC. Just because of how much, like, contest energy has already been expended this year between BLDC and QLDC to Electric Boogaloo. Crap. So, be very curious. Not to mention with how big KLDC has gotten. So, there's a lot of level design contests this year. Not sure there were quite as many last year, honestly. But last year had, you know, the Mac Daddy, or Daddy Mac, depending upon which crisscross incarnation you care more about. Alright, here we go. I'm fine. I'm fine, I'm fine. I just had to turn around? Okay. Can I turn around? I haven't tried. Oh no, how am I gonna do this? I can't turn around. I don't have control over that. Like, do I need to be going slower? Like, I thought once I landed on that key, I was free, right? That was my understanding of how the level design was going to work. But now I don't know, and I don't have the ability to turn around. That's not something Marissa can do. Like, this patch precludes it. So, what is my solution here? Alright, well that was cool. Ah, I see. Oh, I hit the wall. I see it. I was like, huh, there's a bumpty up there. I wonder what that's all about. Oh, yeah, that's it. You know, I thought my slowdown approach was going to work that time, honestly. But no, that makes more sense. So I do want to stay ducking there. Still proud of that. Perfect. Ounce of understanding. Knight of Spikes. Something. I'm not sure I like that. Thanks for GG's. Went from jump to total eclipse of the heart in 20 seconds. What a level. Oh, Septic Feynman, how you doing? Ah, that's why these things are dangerous. It's one of those things that once you get good enough at a level, like reproducing certain things becomes a lot easier. I became adequately good at this level. Also, is it just me, or these guys look more scared than they usually are? Also, I just noticed the berries. Wonder if we'll be seeing Yoshi soon. Have you seen this level before? You know, I had a sense of deja vu. Except with the weird onion spike things. Like, I feel like this level reminds me a lot of one of the levels in 10 by Big Brawler. I don't know why that's there, but whatever. Maybe that's where the moon is. This is probably a really dumb move. Nope. No moon. Do you like the use of lots of berries for decoration? You don't see berry spam very often. Oh, that was nice of that sign. Also a midway, which means I have to give up my wonderful, wonderful power-up. Is what it is. Onion spike thing is what's giving you the deja vu. Huh. Traffic light arrangements of berries. I mean, I just don't feel like there's much in the way of berry spam in, You know, I almost wonder if at the end of the level I'm going to be quizzed on some of these berry configurations. Like, it's a kind of gimmick I could see someone doing. I just don't know if Yogui would do it. But it is totally a gimmick I could see someone doing. I could also see them being arranged as Braille. I've definitely thought about doing that in my little nephew hack. It turns out that I also thought that was not going to work very well, so I didn't do it. Can I jump on these things? You know, I went this long without having to try that. Oh. They're from Kirby, they give the needle ability? Oh, okay. I thought they looked kind of blobular in the Kirby way. And that's this game series I really have not done anything with. I did a stream of the very first Kirby game for like an hour or something. I forget how long. It was forever ago. It's a surprisingly like impressive game for the NES. Like it's got really cool stuff going on under the hood to make some of its like half transparency stuff work and make some of its other kind of cool gimmicky things. Four-way scrolling was not something the NES was really good at from the get-go, those kinds of things. The last two levels were stuff made for contests. When you say last two levels, do you just mean the ice level, or do you mean the level before the ice level with the whales? How do I do this? Also, I like that there's an onion somewhere below me that just keeps poking its head up. Oh, wait, they only move when I jump. Did I not realize this the entire time I've been playing this? It's very likely I did not realize this the whole time I've been playing this. More traffic lights. This in the ice level? Oh, okay. Kirby's Adventure is a nice looking game, but boy, it looks like, or runs like crap. The sign was lost. I saw a good Lost thing today. Apparently, dang it. Well, I needed to die anyway. Because there's a guest character in Pizza Tower, people have been drawing fake guest starring level cards for that game. And one of them was Loss. And of course, had Loss in it, which was pretty awesome. Well, had to check anyway. The best one was Bubsy. It was like, oh no, it's Bubsy. Or, oh great, it's Bubsy. But people were doing a lot of fun ones. I think I saw a Toho one, a few others. It's a fun style, the Pizza Tower style. Kind of want to go back and look at the sign, but at the same time I really don't. Oh, I love you! What a nice sign. That's a much nicer sign than Loss. Alright. Nuts. Yeah, I can definitely see the ice level being like a WLDC or a BLDC style level, depending upon what was in it. And this definitely... You know, the onions, yeah. I'm gonna say this feels very vanilla in a lot of ways, and aesthetics. Not that it's a bad thing. Especially like the star-shaped holes and stuff. Like, that's a very VLDC thing to do. Alright. Comment. Wait. Wait. I'm trying to read, thank you very much. Oh, it's gonna say something. Because that's the name of the level. Spikes something. Was briefly thinking of those, like, really sadistic alphabet-based levels that were a thing in Mario Maker for a bit. Where you would just draw the alphabet in various tiles and make it really hard to progress through all of the letters of the alphabet without dying. That was, like, a thing for a bit. I haven't seen a moon. Making me wonder. Making me wonder. Always spin jump. Always spin jump. Always spin jump. Doesn't matter what my plot is, you always use spin jumps. Maybe spin jump better. 2 exits or 3 exits? I'm at 35 out of 43. Oh wow, we're on the downswing here, aren't we? And I'm only missing 1 moon. And have a relatively small surface of things I need to go back through and do offline, which I'm not necessarily looking forward to. The rooms of math testing are not going to be one of my more fun times. Might test those in MESN just to be able to use save states after setting up all my equations. S-O-M. T. Oh god, I hate this. Nope. Like, what my natural inclination is to spin jump off the spiky dude, but I think it's too unpredictable to... Actually, that was a red one, wasn't it? Red ones are much chiller. I can probably get away with that. I think the red ones take longer to proc. Yeah, maybe they don't. But... there we go. Get back to it. Does remind me I have to redo the, I have to do more of that ice level in a minute. Because once I'm done with this level, I have to go back to ice. That or go moon hunting, which not necessarily the thing I want to do right now. Like, I kind of feel like I should leave that moon for way later. Alright. Something. Something. Well, I know where the moon is and how it works. I will say that there's value in learning. Something like that. See what else is kind of cool. Watched Just Cook's video on that new, there was like a new platformer thing like Windswept or something. That looked pretty cool. Definitely a game I could consider playing when it comes out. Very much trying to be a spiritual successor to DKC. Which, if you're going to be a spiritual successor to something, you could do a lot worse. Big money, no Emmys. Yep. Well, that was stupid of me. Yeah, you're like a duck that is buddies with a tortoise. And you can team up and do various moves, including, but I'm not limited to, of course, shell jumping. Which I think is pretty nifty. Like, just, it's good game design, so it seems, in the, like, minute or two I watched it. Oh, man. Yeah, I still haven't actually tested whether or not my ideas for that silly stream I want to do Monday that just didn't work would work. It was Tuesday. It was Tuesday. This week's been short, right? The Tuesday idea did not work. I needed to come up with a better plan. One of those things I probably should have asked Squiggles is if you drag and drop a file onto a batch file, does it show up in the args array? I can't believe it. Or I could just look it up on Stack Overflow. You know, one of those options. I think I'd also like to go and check out some QLDC levels before the QLDC mania fades, but even if those are back burner post moderation or just do whenever I feel like them, I think it's a perfectly fine way to go about it. Especially because I'm just behind on YouTube video nonsense. SOMTING. Okay. This time will be different. Playing the new Yakuza game, having fun. Excellent. How you doing, Faro? As outside of having fun. I'm in new territory. And also, hi, Steven. I saw that you were here and requested something. And therefore, we'll do that now. We'll set it up. Having beaten the level. I did listen to those Final Fantasy III Overworld reorchestrations. They're actually kind of pleasant, but I can see how I'd get old fast. I'm putting it in the safe mode, just to be careful. Because sometimes it's crashed in level, and I'd rather just be safe, and I die enough that it's kind of easy just to get back to the overworld and handle it. Managed to clip a boss into the void through means of pushing him into a girl. You don't understand what you did. That's awesome. She's already blue. We get no amusing palette here. Marissa looked quite interesting on this level, because Mario turns blue, but so did Marissa's hair. Also, I can't do anything with the left half of the D-pad. So I guess I can do this, actually. So I'm kind of at the whims of the game in terms of movement. Tired, but not tired enough to fall asleep. Fair enough. I've been having those days. I was hoping to get to bed earlier last night. That was kind of the goal of stopping stream at like a little bit after midnight. But instead I made cookies, worked on work, and I didn't fall asleep until 8 a.m. So that didn't work. Not certain what I'll do today. I might try to fall asleep earlier again, or I might just fail it and give up and just stay awake for the next while. We'll see. Why are we playing this one again? It's a 2-exit level, Zucati. Also moon hunting. Moon hunting is also a valid reason to be here. Because I do have to do both things. Yep. I'm missing both the normal exit and the moon. So we're back here. And I have to go through the much more threatening part of this, which was before a checkpoint. I'm hoping there is, in fact, a checkpoint. What's up, Pokey? Fuck. Yeah, Bumpty Hall was a secret exit. So, we're back to this. I said if I could leave this level, I would immediately upon getting the secret exit, and I did. But having had a nice relaxing time in something, we're back to this. The fact that there's not a checkpoint immediately after the door does surprise me a bit, but not entirely enough to actually be afraid yet. That's... Well, I guess there's always the fire flower if I want it. Let's try that again. Probably gonna get hit in some very predictable and silly way. End up dying. Alright, here we go. That's how I died last time. Last time I got here, I think I died in exactly the same spot. Yep, looks like it. I will say this is probably my least favorite of the levels I've played this evening. And of course the level immediately rewards me with that. It knows I'm dissing it. But when it comes to hacks with gimmick levels, that's just how it is. Some levels are not going to be winners in my eyes. Come on, make it! No! That was silly. That was very silly. Let's see. Oof, indeed. I was gonna say, at least I have this level most of the way down, but apparently I don't. Duck. See, I'm still trying to figure out what to do for April Fool's Day. Like, I want to have an April Fool's Day stream, and I like doing things for them, but in general, I have to come up with an idea first before it can work. And in the past, I've had a reservoir of ideas. I guess I still have the one from last year I didn't do. But that's an option. Nuts. I'm gonna jump into that spiny is how that sentence ends. It's not something that could take too much time and effort to integrate, I don't think, but I don't know if I want to bother. And I don't think it's actually that funny. And it would require a very specific game for it to work, and I don't know if I have a game of that caliber in mind yet. Like, I would need it to be a Windows game for it to work. A, like, Outpost style, or something that works in Windows 3.1. Because otherwise the joke doesn't quite work the way I want it to. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. This is a terrible way to do it. Maybe I'll just bring back the really bad TTS bot and call it a day. Or... that's not the dumbest idea, just pretend it's a different holiday. Nah, I don't know if I like that one. April Fool's Day stream, Pat makes an April Fool's Day hack. Oh, I need to be better at hack making to make a hack on stream. Like, I have massive respect for people like Space Pig and such who can like make hacks while streaming. Like CO does those kinds of streams sometimes. Valdio's done a few. Like, it's definitely a skill to like be able to do it while people are watching. Barb, because that goes without saying. I think Juz was doing some Invictus 2 stuff a while ago, but I don't know if that project's completely stalled out. Getting sick of the first 10 notes of Megalovania. I'll try to die less. That'll help with that whole problem. We'll see how it goes. That's how I died last time! Cam reveal, but it's static images of other streamers. Oh, that's not a bad idea. How you doing, Fries? I think what I'd probably do is, like, find a bunch of old FPSs that put someone's face down there and try to come up with, like, some way to cause reactions on them. Could use, you know, Doom Guy, of course, but could also do Catacombs 3D, which is a game I imagine almost no one here has played. I'm probably toast. I'm surprisingly less toast. These aren't trying times. These are hard times. Very different. I will say one of my better April Fool's Day ideas does involve a webcam. But the thing I need to do for that, I need to figure out how I want to do it and whether or not I want to pay the expense for it. Alright, here's my theory. Oh, that bad theory. My theory was that if I'm bigger, then that part's going to work better, but I don't think it's going to, now that I think a little bit harder. Because either way, I'm going to be trapped in that stupid hole if I land in any of those stupid holes. And so it's completely irrelevant. Wing. Man, I can't do that. It's like bling 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 bling. Wish I could actually do that one any justice. No, just go with blah. That gave me more momentum than I was expecting. At least I'm getting really good at that door. Okay. Here we go. No! Yes. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. Yes. Oh, thank you. I'm just gonna celebrate for a second, just ping pong between two places. It looks so silly, doesn't it? Oh no! Oh no, I know what that moon's gonna require. I'm gonna have to find a way to come back. And then do that part backwards. Yeah, you know, it's up to you. I'm not gonna stop you. As per usual, once you've done something once successfully, it becomes a lot easier to do successfully again. So think about building confidence, or I don't know, just something in Mario and Kaizo. In general, just having to redo something doesn't cause me too much consternation unless it's just obscenely long and ill-designed, which this hack is not. Well, at least the former. Or the latter, not the latter. I'm just thinking about that VLDC level where I was like, oh man, that reset. I don't want to do this again. That's what I get for, of course, keeping like all of the worst ranked VLDC ones to the last minute. So I do a much shorter hop over that spiny. I'm door impaired suddenly. Oh, I need more velocity than I was given. I was close. If I could have been spin jump Iceman, it could have worked. Oh my. I'm trying to think of what to do here. If I no way, I wouldn't be able to do that anyway. The thing to the right is a power-up filter. So even if I entered the level with fancy power-ups, it wouldn't help me at all. I know better than that. Remember one of those what not to do in your SMW hack videos? And one of them was inappropriate death music. That crappy old port of Castle Corridor from Castlevania should just be the normal death music from now on. I like that Castle Corridor music. That's like the doom doom Do 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 do. I'm butchering it. Well, so much for that plan. There was a fun flash loop with that particular track set to this like light bulb metronome looking thing that was really cool. You know those sort of office desk space wasters where you have like these balls, metal balls. Oh crap! Oh. You kind of set them off every once in a while. How do you do that part? You like pick up one and it goes through all of the other metal balls and knocks the other metal ball, and sort of a not really perpetual motion machine, but an awful lot of motion given how little energy you put into it machine. It's the kind of thing you'd see in like a children's science museum. Or other, like, I don't know, other place where they can sell that kind of crap. Sky Mall. Do they still do Sky Mall? I've actually never looked anymore. Ah, that hurt. Perpetual-ish motion machine. Yeah, I know there's a specific name for that thing, but I don't know what it is. Is it like a Newton's Cradle or something, I think it is? How do you do that part? Like, I need enough velocity to get across that, but I also need to lose enough velocity that that thing spawns and dies. Maybe I need more velocity so that I can jump over it? I don't know. Still, the trick was that, like, the light bulbs at the end would still actually move, but the other ones would just show lightning, or light going between them. It was really cool. I guess we'll go see the rest of the level now. We'll come back for that moon. Once we've learned some things. We've learned some things. Speaking of old memes, move faster, Pokey! Oh, back in the Kaizo 1 days of YouTube. Back when it was impossible to beat any Mario hack without save states. Or reading On Liberty by John Stuart Mill. Still one of my favorite, like, non sequitur videos of all time. Nope. Maybe they're very specific jumps. Maybe there's a hint. If I was going to do something like this, maybe I need to jump over the palm trees? No, they're evenly spaced. That's probably silly. Can I get more... No, I can't get more velocity on the ground, because if I'm on the ground, then that's just not going to work. Ow. I need more velocity going backwards. Yeah, I'm jumping too high over the spiny. There we go. Good old days, you know, that all Kaizo hacks were TAS only unless they were completely insane. See the asshole Mario playthrough from 2007? Yep. Alright, I guess going slower was the answer. I'm glad I tried it. Alright, now we can see more than the first few seconds of this level now. Yeah, it was definitely a different time. I was discussing that with Snyder a while ago, about how, like, YouTube's changed significantly from its early days, if for no other reason than the 10-minute video limit was lifted, and that really changed an awful lot of the dynamics of YouTube and how the algorithm treats everything. Was really hoping I'd accidentally jump over the moon. Nope. Love it, hang on, but your body's weak in demand sleep. All right, well, sleep well, Steven. See you next time. Same bat time, same bat channel. Or cat channel, I guess. No, same pat channel. What am I saying? There we go. It's kind of the face I make, too, when I'm dealing with these problems. No! Not again! That's better. That's worse. You know, if I just trusted that jump, I would have been fine. Oh, man. Such an awkward set of jumps to make that work. There must be a better way. Okay. Not dead. Oh, no. Okay, I think I see it. Wait, that doesn't help if I don't get the momentum. I do not see it. I do not see it at all. Oh, man. Ah, much better. So I guess what else did I do in, like, the intermeeting time? End up reading some of the Life and Times of Scrooge McDuck, which is just a fun comic. Very well made. Detailing Scrooge's entire life, from being a shoeshine boy in Scotland all the way to, you know, owning the better part of Duckburg, which is apparently, I think, in California. Didn't initially think it was in California, but apparently, at least according to the comics, it is somewhere like that. That's... But yeah, definitely kind of meanders a bit. He goes and becomes a steamboat captain for a bit. What's the opposite? Like a cowboy? What's the opposite of a cattle rustler? Yeah, it's a cowboy. Meets Teddy Roosevelt, which is pretty awesome. All in all, busy day. When did the turnout for HLDC? I thought it was more than 20. I swear I played more than 20 entries for that one. Like, I played through all of them that would work on the SD to SNES, that were beatable. There were a couple that had some problems, like the one where, like, Mario gets kidnapped within, like, the first minute of the game, and then you have to become Yoshi and rescue him, and, like, it just didn't work. There was some problems with, like, doors not working properly. So... What was the good kind of busy? It's not the bad kind of busy. Okay. That's what you do there. And you need enough momentum to get to the moon. Or get to the orb. Okay, that's not too bad. That face when fucking cold water. Yeah, like, I like Halloween level design contests. I mean, in part because it's very bifurcated. You get the people whose idea of Halloween is, I'm going to make a ghost house. You get the people whose idea of Halloween is, I'm going to make a creepypasta. And then you get... Oh, dang it. Like, some people who put a lot of effort into weird things. Like, the trick-or-treating one was actually a lot of fun. Especially got a soft spot for a Costume Quest in my heart. It's a fun little game series. The first one's better than the second one, honestly. It's still a fun little game series. It'd be nice if they made a third. And I'm not counting the DLC one. Oh, that didn't go right. 23 entries and 2 DQ'd ones. Okay, that's not very much. I'll agree with that. I mean, I think aside from, like, VLDC, aside from, I don't know, even VLDC, there's such a contest saturation that it's kind of hard for so many of the same people to put that much work into levels at every point in the year, right? If you were to enter every contest that I can think of that's happening this year, right, you're going to end up with the BLDC, QLDC, CLDC, KLDC, and Halloween level design contest, assuming I haven't missed any. Like, there might be like a 24-hour or a 72-hour one at some point this year. You never know. Just depends upon how the scheduling works. But that's at least 5 level design contests. Like, that's a lot to do, depending upon what your other obligations are. So, it might not be that big. Which... And by the time I get around to, like, being done judging for a while, I'll probably be ready to help out again if they need help for judging for HLDC. I find it odd that QLDC and CLDC are so close together, having similar rules. Yeah. I mean, QLDC is basically CLDC, but whatever the hell you want to do. I hate this part. Scheduling is tricky. I can say that as someone who knew a bit about the behind-the-scenes scheduling issues this year. QLDC was initially, and this is something you could go look at the calendar if you want, set to be earlier, and it got pushed back a bit for various reasons. Nope. And so it would have still been a few months away from CLDC, but it still wouldn't have been far enough away from CLDC, really, to be comfortable. One of those, just people wanted to have so many things in a given year. Boing. Boing. Yeah, QLDC was supposed to happen earlier. It was supposed to happen, like, at the very beginning of the year. Or, yeah. Wait. You know what? Actually, I have it backwards, don't I? QLDC was supposed to happen later. Not earlier. My bad. Yeah, they were going to be really close together. Because basically, the scheduling change was that QLDC and C3 swapped, more or less, their calendar positions for various reasons. I believe that was the case. What I get for not paying attention. But yeah, that's kind of the thing, is they want to do like one of the big contests every year, right? Like VLDC is one of the big ones. OLDC is another really big one because like anybody... I'm going to put a marker down because I'm pretty sure I had an issue earlier where the sound didn't cut out when I paused. And it was really awful, and I'm going to go back and look for it. I might try to repro that, actually. Because, like, one instrument just didn't stop. And I know how to repro that, because I just need to hit that wall, and then pause at the natural moment. So... Either way, none of this stuff is something I actually manage or put that much work into understanding. Oh. Well, I guess I have to try to beat the level instead of reproing the problem. I think the QLDC and C3 reschedule had nothing to do with each other. They were in an intertwined decision, to put it mildly. I can assure you that is the case. That decision was something that the C3 rescheduling happened, and then QLDC responded by moving. Because they were initially kind of in the other spots. Oh, I'm trying to fuck up in the right way, and I'm not fucking up the right way anymore. Either way, I can go back and look for that specific death. So I have one example of it. If I don't screw up again. Okay. How did I turn that last time? What if I do like a bunny hop? I get a little more speed. Bounce. I just need to be ready for that when I hit it, because I generally don't want that. But sometimes it just is forced upon me. I'd rather do around the loop, but that's not what we got there. There we go. Eh. Still worked. I'll debate that one with myself later, whether that's worth reporting to Yogui. Okay. It's not consistent. Have to be smarter there. Makes me wonder what else is on the calendar. Like, one of those contests I really enjoyed, I think an awful lot of other people did. It's kind of a bummer we might not, I don't think we'll have one this year, was Hack Jam. Because Hack Jam was just fun. Oh. Like, playing as a judge, I had a lot of fun. And people produced some really high-quality hacks after all that. And hacks stick around, which is kind of nice. Levels don't, not nearly as much. You know, there's always a few people recommending this level or that level after any given level design contest. But usually you won't find people playing those levels long after the fact unless there's been like a compilation. Like what happened with OLDC or VLDC recently. With the Hack Jam hacks, you can always go pick those up and play them. In fact, one of those things that's long on my list, I need to go figure out where it is on my list, is to replay the broken one. There was one hack that was completely broken during the judging contest, during the judging time, which kind of sucked. I think I understand now. No, I don't understand. And it kind of ruined my final enjoyment of it, which is sad, but when you're beating the final boss and you get teleported to a room very far away from the final boss after dying, you kind of don't want to finish. And that's what happened. Like, I was partway through like a boss rush, and it teleported me to a completely different boss room out in the middle of nowhere that I had to go and restart from, and I'm just like, nope, I'm done. I've done my 2 hours plus due diligence here. Especially because that particular hack had a large emphasis on exploration and finding dragon coins and such. But their dragon coin stuff was broken, which was a big bummer. Because it generally meant that anywhere you went expecting to search and find dragon coins, you generally found nothing because they'd already been collected because of a bug. Which, if you're going to have a collectathon, having things already collected just makes the world feel bizarrely empty in places. I'll be back! Nuts. Yeah, I don't know how other people feel about Hack Jam, but I really enjoyed it. I seem to recall the Mole in Space people felt very differently than I did, but Mole in Space had its moments. Still got some fun parts. I do love the Moley Sprite and Moley Mech. Nuts. Oop. I had mastery of this part at one point. Not anymore. Yeah, I'm at the point where I literally have nothing to say about this part of the level anymore. Aside from I'm still bad at jumping over that pokey. Let's watch some ads. Why not? I was actually thinking about adding a couple more old school ads in there. There were a couple that I realized I could pick up from Temple of the Lemur. That would work pretty well and be kind of funny. But I just haven't gotten around to it. I also want to like fix one of the problems I have with the box at the bottom kind of shrinking. I'd like it to stay the same size while everything else works. The problem, of course, being is that I'm rubbish at HTML. And I do kind of want the ads to be centered regardless of the size. It's just one of those things where I need to sit down and learn me some CSS for great good. Was also, of course, thinking about doing more Advergame stuff. Because we never finished Yonoid and didn't get to Yonoid 2. Though I think next time if I decided to do that particular combo, I would do Yonoid 2 first, rather than Yonoid 1 first. Though I did eventually get good enough that I thought I could beat the game. And got kind of close. I was like 2 levels away from the end. Oh. I think another hour or 2 of practice on that, I would be decent enough to beat Yonoid. Don't know if I care enough to do that, especially given that, you know, we had 2 other categories, candy and soda, to approach. And the soda ones I'm actually looking forward to. There's some really interesting ones I have in that group. One of which would be something I doubt any of y'all have ever seen. The other one is probably the one you're thinking of. Making your QLDC for CLDC? Yeah, I don't see why not. Like, in theory, I could make the level I want to make for QLDC for CLDC, and I see no reason why it wouldn't be okay. But I don't think it'd be worth it either. Actually, maybe I'll make the bad version. Got time enough. And I guess I could probably skip trying to use Mode 7, which was sort of where I ran into some real problems. And also, the debug loop wouldn't be nearly as bad because MESN2 exists now. Oh. Vaguely remember the period of time where SMW Central ran ads, and the only one you remember was a squirrel trying not to drown after breaking a wall and releasing red liquid. I must confess that, you know, that's the one thing I know about that era of ads on SMW Central was that. Which I think was especially egregious after the ad he had purchased previously. Which I believe was some sort of shock site thing. But it was a different era. Oh, man. I was watching some silly Doom stuff and that name actually came up. Of course, it was about Doom troll levels, so no one should be surprised here, I suppose. There we go. This is progress. This part, I'm still not keen on. Ah! I got it once. I got it once. Yeah, it's kind of a good thing that for most things, like, internet hosting costs have come down immensely. Like, SMW Central still has a non-trivial amount of data on it, but compared to the bandwidth costs in years prior, it's nowhere near as bad. I just don't know when this is going to look good to go. That was good in the sense that I got up. It wasn't good in the sense that I got over. Nope. Idea, SMW brings back ads, but for site submissions, pay 100 Robux to make your ad for a crappy Naruto comic edit stolen from someone else. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing, given how little we've done with the featured system. Paying money to have, or paying fake money to have your hack fake featured isn't the worst idea. Wouldn't actually be like a bad C3 gimmick. If they do a C3 with currency again, where you could actually buy like an ad for your C3 thread. You know, subject to good taste and all that. Maybe I'll suggest that next time they do one that's got currency associated with it. Note that you could, of course, always pay money to have a ad for this. For your crappy hack on this thing. And my website. I don't know if anyone noticed, but like for all of the Carl pages, there are actually ads now. I meant to put them on a few other bits of the website, but I hadn't gotten around to it because the ad frame thing was causing me some problems. I also wanted to have them on bloodycaverns.net, but that has some problems with cross-domain stuff and cookies that I don't really want to deal with. It's very much a classic sort of headache. I can't tell when this is going to be good. In fact, I think it's getting further from being good. Like, there's a very specific timing that I needed to go, and it's like 4 bumps or something. And I think the longer I go, the worse it gets. Also, I'm suddenly reminded of the Japanese artist whose name is Bump of Chicken. Don't know why. Very odd unit of chicken. Nope. Looks doable now. Yeah. The problem is with stream delay and everything, but there was no way I was going to receive that information. The problem is the very first time I did it, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, like right now. To jump off when you're sliding left, jumping when you're sliding right seems way riskier. That's actually a pretty reasonable idea, and that would give a purpose to all of those blocks, all of the note blocks over there, which previously didn't really have a important feature purpose. Yeah, definitely gotta adjust my jump. I probably need to clip my jump if I'm gonna try to do it from the right. Take some thinking. Alright, beverage break. At least I'm getting better at not running into that pokey. I think that's the intended solution. Going left. Oh, okay, I think I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Huh. Feels terrifying, man. But it worked! Dear Lord, it worked. Yeah, that was a much more sensible thing than what I was doing. It would definitely give you more velocity bouncing off the shell. That, I think it might not have been possible off the right one. Not something I have to care to actually do again. Let's go to CYPHER FORT Battles in the cold. Let's see what the gimmick here is. It's slippery is the gimmick so far. Everyone loves ice physics. I learned this from Yopi's level. What? Oh, battles. Okay, I know what this is. This is 100 rooms of whatever. Yep. Or at least occasionally becoming 100. I did not see those spikes at all. It's a gimmick I can live with. I still look at these and think they're background objects and not foreground objects. There we go. On to the next room. With chucks. Boink, boink, boink. Beautiful. Okay. Stay right where you are. Oh, winged pokey. You know, I probably should have just baited that pokey until it worked, but whatever. Huh! That pokey face did not have a collision box. I'm fine with this. Still odd. Okay. gonna be one of these. There we go. Those things are terrifying. Background from Mario Bros. GBA version, foreground is you don't know what you feel like you recognize it? Interesting. Yeah, I never played the GBA version of Mario Bros. Because there never was much of a reason for me to want to. Oh. Nope. Sup, McEmblem? That briefly terrified me. The screen's darker now and actually works a bit better, honestly. Like, I can definitely see the background and foreground more distinctly. How you doing, McEmblem? How was your stream? What were you up to? What happened? Oh, the message box didn't pop up at all. This hack has some stuff going on that makes my message box stuff not work so well. But it worked out. From Dreamland 3, there's a level type in most Kirby's in the end where you go through a tower to fight every mini boss. Oh, okay. Playing Celeste and Chillin'? Oh, nice. Are you just playing the base version or that new Strawberry collab thing? Because I've heard good things about the Strawberry collab thing. People are very excited about it. And we're all the way back at the beginning where the palette is now more blue. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I actually liked it better in gray. Very odd. And I can't jump. Strawberry jam? Oh, nice. Yeah, at some point I need to finish the base Celeste game so I can enjoy the mods. I can't believe I did that again. Though I probably need to restart given when I last played it was like 2000... late 2020? 21? Yeah, 21. It's been like 2 years, not quite 2 years, like a year and like 5 months or something. Was playing it in my my sister's basement. An arrangement that would sadly no longer work if I'm visiting her. Since she's got a kid, makes it a little bit harder to get away with that kind of thing. I got hit by the backside of her squished Rex. That's just embarrassing. Oh no, I cannot read chat while trying to do a level with these guys. There we go. Strawberry Jam is very accessible. Beginner lobby doesn't get any harder than Chapter 7 A side, and immediate lobby is a bit trickier than the B side, but still doable. Oh, that seems cool. I just didn't get that far, honestly. I got past, I got to the windy area. So, like, I haven't even seen, like, I don't know. There's a lot of that game I haven't seen yet. I feel like it'd be remiss to not see all of that first. Even if it was possible. Like, I think I barely didn't finish the wind level. It was getting very late, my hand was getting tired. As it often does with Kaizo-esque things. Alright, it's these guys. I kind of want to lure them to the middle here. Well, that's one. And then there's this one. I'm glad that still worked. Chapter 4 is fun. Yeah, I definitely do not remember the numbers. I could just tell you the things that happened, more or less. But yeah, Chapter 4 must be that then. I think this is where I died last time. Oh god. I do not like this. That's not safe either. I want out of this room. Okay, what am I fighting? These jumper ones. No! I panicked. I totally panicked. But yeah, another thing is just like the progression of mechanics in that game is really, really smoothly done. And so jumping into mods without knowing how an awful lot of the game actually works strikes me as a bad idea. Even if it isn't that difficult, ultimately, like, learning about the mechanics from the base game strikes me as just a better idea. Oink, 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 oink. Much better. But it's definitely still on my list of, like, things to do, though my list of things grows ever longer. I had to turn off the Twitch channel point request thing because I had 26 things in there, and I realized that I'm not that fast and don't have that much time to stream in any given month. And even if I do have a lot of time, it's hard to clear a whole game, especially like lengthy RPG ones or ones that require an awful lot of thought, or just book learning, how to play. Oh, come on. This entire level only has like one power-up too. That's a dang shame to lose it there. Not that I'm complaining about the ones people have requested. That's kind of the problem, is I initially expected everyone to request like Superman 64 and other silly, not-so-great games that I play once and then forget about. But everyone's requested really good ones that I actually want to finish, so it takes a bit more time. Like 16 hours into Final Fantasy III, the first one, the OG NES one, and like similar amount of time into Shadow Man. Which is surprisingly cool, actually. I'm surprised at how much I'm liking Shadow Man. It's got that like 90s, edgy as all hell aesthetic. Think like Spawn and other such nonsense. With a healthy dose of voodoo. For good measure. I'm still looking for the upgrade that lets me play the Rada drums, for instance. I know what those are from having played Gabriel Knight. Because the first one's all about voodoo. The second one is not about voodoo. The second one is about werewolves, and they make that clear pretty much instantly. It's not a mystery of, like, how it happened. You know the answer is werewolves from the get-go. The mystery is how that happened, I guess. Who did it, why, whatnot, etc. A very interesting game. More than worthwhile to introduce someone to an obscure game you really like than submit a meme game that's like 15 minutes of laughs. I mean, I gave Superman more than 15 minutes of effort. I played Superman 64 for like 3-4 hours. I beat at least 2 whole levels, maybe 3, not counting ring stages, so. But yeah, no, I greatly appreciate how people have treated it. It just was not what I was expecting when I initially set that with the cost that it had. I mean, it took people a while to, like, warm up to using it as well. That was the other sort of thing. But I need to come up with some other, like, decently large point sinks. Not sure what. Maybe I'll sell Super Famicom controllers. I do have the giant box of Super Famicom controllers. Oh, that worked so much better than my last few strats. Oh, what's up, Kanap? How you doing? Jop Kanap, I think. I jumped on that. That was so stupid. Okay. I have an awful game in mind you could have requested. But why do that? We can have more fun. That's true. Could be argued people barely know about Superman 64 outside of the first 10 minutes. I mean, I know a lot about Superman 64 because I really enjoyed Proton John's Let's Play. And so I did watch that pretty intently back in the day, and so that's why I knew some things about how some parts of the game worked. But that's a completely fair point. Like, most people have seen, you know, like, the angry video game nerd yell at it for a bit. Which generally doesn't get you the whole picture for any given game. It's not to say he's wrong that the game isn't awful. It kind of is. There's like a shell of a good game in there somewhere, but clearly it's not here. So, most people toss away in the first 10 minutes, yeah. Didn't know how to level past the part where you destroy the tornadoes. Oh yeah, it's definitely a bad game nonetheless. That's quite literally like the last thing I say in the VOD is like, yeah, but this game still sucks. I actually eventually came to sort of an odd peace with the ring collection stages. Like, I actually started enjoying them. It might have been a bit of Stockholm Syndrome. But it kind of clicked, and it was very much like a meditative game at that point. Just something to do. But it didn't really require much thought. You just had to do it. Just go through the rings. It was weird. Or escort with Lois Lane. I don't think I remember getting any of the escort things. How you doing, Hero? I guess there was the escort, the skater boy, which we did for a small portion of the level. That was kind of silly. But, yeah. The really short mission things are really terrible, honestly. I think those are the worst ones in there. Where, like, you have 5 seconds to figure out what the fuck you're supposed to do, and if you fail it, you get punted back to the prior ring stage. Or if you manage to fail it in some hilarious way, like, I made a cop car explode on accident. Was not my intent when I was playing that level, but that's what happened. Back to the ring stage with you. But of course, if you go to the ring stage 3 times, and beat it 3 times, it does a small kindness and pushes you past the next level, which is nice. But still. We played the beta version, too, for a few minutes, so I could not get the controls to work for the life of me. Okay, alright. I swear these are differently sized this time. I'm going to put a marker down to look later. But last time when I died here, the positions of the Lotus things, I think, were different. Yeah, the car. You're just supposed to pick up the car and fly through this thing. This, like, car wash building. That is called the police station because, you know, they didn't really want to model anything seriously. Which is weird. But not the good kind of weird. The best part of the beta version was when I accidentally crashed it. And it started playing the credits. So I claimed victory over the game. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Ah. But yeah, I think that's pretty much the only thing on there that I think anyone ever requested that wasn't actually a good game. Why do I try to do that for a cycle? You can't do that for a cycle. Everything else in there is at least plausibly good. As in, I've heard of it, or if I've looked it up, it's relatively critically acclaimed. Like, Shadow Man, surprising, like, that one reviewed close to the same as Mario 64 and Donkey Kong 64 at the time. Like, initially I just thought it was a silly one-off game, low budget, but no, it was a serious game. I think the devs wanted to make something bigger, but since they had to make it for N64, they had to do so many cuts. My understanding is they had, like, ideas about how they wanted the game to go, and there was an awful lot of meddling from WB, telling them, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. And that's why, like, you only defeat, like, weird shadow clones. They didn't want, you know, Superman hurting anybody. You know, even though he regularly punches people through walls and stuff. The N64 definitely didn't help. But in Proton Dawn's Let's Play, they also showed off some PlayStation beta footage, which just looked better, honestly. That PS1 game that was planned didn't come out. That is also true. Nothing about Mario 64's development. With the whole go through the rings, do a Superman 64's development. Go through the rings to actual makes you think it was going to be an open world originally and picking up the cars and crappy side quests being forced. Maybe. DK64 is not good. DK64 is crap. You try to 100% it. Yes. I mean, that's the thing, though, is that when I say I use the term specifically reviewed well, because let's be honest, none of those game reviewers in the 90s were playing Donkey Kong 64 to 100% before they released their review. At best, they beat the game, if they actually liked the game. At best. Even nowadays, at best, they beat the game, rather than 100% it. If that. But certainly in the 90s, they were not going to 100% Donkey Kong 64 before publishing their review. It'd take too bloody long. Like, that game has so much artificial length added to it between all the, like, ape switching. Like, you just have to wait, do an awful lot of backtracking to collect a single banana. And that's it. All you get's a single banana, and you took, like, 15 minutes to do it. Hooray. One banana. Try Googling. Going through the game, the only truly annoying part is the jetpack and Donkey Kong arcade secrets for the required... Wait, you actually have to play those? Or the Cuphead review where they did... Yeah, I remember seeing that footage, and my response to it wasn't quite the same as most gamers. It was, why in the world did you publish this? Like, either get someone good to play it, or get the devs to play it. Or find someone standing nearby to play it. If you're that bad at this game, for the love of God, don't publish the footage showing you're this bad at this game. Unless you're, you know, gonna release it as a joke, like say, and of course, with Cuphead here, our buddy here who mostly plays, I don't know, like, giant strategy games. He's the Civ guy, or like, the 4X guy. Like, he plays StarCraft or something. Like, it'd be okay for him to be rubbish at Cuphead. And doing that as a little bit of a joke on him, and in general, would have been fine, but I think they took it very seriously, and was like, no, this is how we do things. Maybe just letting them blow up. Might just be safer. Worst issue is to make collectibles unable to collect for all but one of the characters for each color. Yeah, exactly. You have to beat Jetpack and Donkey Kong for the rare Nintendo coins to open the final door. Oh, that sounds awful. I thought those were like cute little extra secrets you needed to get for 100%, not to actually beat the game. Like, you have to actually beat Donkey Kong? I mean, I guess that can't be that bad. People beat Donkey Kong, you know, non-kill screen Donkey Kong regularly. It's not that bad. Some people have to use save states, but, you know, it's not everybody involved. Something, Billy Mitchell. I'm hoping there's a friggin'... There it is. I knew it! I knew it! I was like, that area was so long, there had to be something after this. And that's how they keep me from keeping the shell. Oh. Hate Billy Mitchell. No one likes Billy Mitchell anymore. I mean, at least with the King of Kong, you can kind of tolerate him as like a wrestling heel guy. And say, okay, yeah, he's a weird villain, but okay, whatever. No one comes out of that movie looking very good, honestly. But everything past that has definitely been pretty awful. Oh, nice short room. Oh, okay. I was thinking about trying to spin jump on top of that, but apparently that's, oh my. I learned from that other level. And it's Boo Laser time. Oh, it's just Boo Thing time. Oh, no. Oh, I shouldn't have jumped. Definitely a douche. Funny how much of an ass he makes himself constantly. Yep. Don't remember the exact issues with Donkey Kong Arcade in that game. It's been a while. Just to beat the entire cycle in one life. In what? Oh, you mean like one coin, not one life, I assume. Because, like, you get, like, 3 lives when you put a coin in the machine in real life, or something like that. But yeah, it definitely takes you out of the game you're playing if you have to go master, you know, the OG Donkey Kong to actually win. Which is really odd, honestly. Yeah, I learned this from that other level. The level with all the disco shells. You know, I could have handled that mildly better. Yeah, I'm just gonna let them kind of take care of themselves. After clearing one cycle, you seem to recall there was a second, more optimal prize for clearing another cycle. More optional, okay. It emulates the arcade version. Yeah. Especially around that era, there would have been no reason to use the NES version, unless required to. Just because, like, you have like, MAME existed, and they probably could have gotten a license or something. Like, arcade emulators were a thing. That's a lot of fish that I need to avoid. I don't like that. Always gotta check. This is such a long level. Okay, red piranha plants. Remember, they're red. They're never gonna stop. When do I want to go? I think right after he throws. I think that was optimal. There we go. I'll put a marker down. I want to do something. I'll check on the way back. We'll do something there. Annoying thing that every time you fail, you have to go through 20 seconds of making Donkey Kong reuse the lever, which controls the camera zoom. You know, I get the feeling of frustration just reading that. I can definitely get the feeling of frustration just through the text of failing to get that right the first couple times. No. Oh, God, I hate this thing. I think I should be at a midway or something now. No! Haha, I didn't fall for it. I really hope the moon for this stage isn't beat the whole level in one go. Which I could totally see being the moon for this level. Oh right, it's icy. I've been taking advantage of that, and I keep forgetting. That would have actually made that one tile thing not so bad if I'd entered with velocity. Flop. Flop. Mario Maker creators remaking 1-1 be like, reuse the level? Yep. The whole red piranha plants were first introduced in the last levels. They would pop out of their pipes when Mario was beside them and not directly above or below. Ever since you learned that, seeing the ones that don't follow the behavior has become a point of annoyance. Oh, I just hate them because red piranha plants are frequently irritating in hacks. Even without behaving like that. I'm just gonna make that jump. Oh, you! I misread that entirely. I mean, I think it's... yeah. Oh. Even if it is the point, they're often used in places that are just really irritating. Has been my expectation with those. Oh, shoot. Radish Kingdom comes to mind, that entire hack. Overused red piranha plants, especially in the special world. I think the bigger... why did that go to the other way that time? The bigger use really is just making it so there's a consistent set of a stream of those things that you cannot manipulate going through the air. Just constant fireballs. Changes the nature of your obstacle a bit. At least that's how I think of it. It's a much more consistent setup. Originally never came out if you were above or below, but not beside. They were designed as dickhead enemies. They were always meant to be assholes. Just we've gone too far. Oh, I should have I knew better. Even popping up when you're standing next to the pipes, and it will step up from the danger rating from the little green stem version. Yeah, definitely. Thank you for spawning consistently. I don't know what went wrong with that mushroom. Such an odd thing to run into as trouble. I kind of swear there was an even number of these things the first time I did this level, and now I'm just confused. Come on. Come on, Thwomp. See, I think we understand sort of the makeup of this level now. There's going to be 4 sections. And after every section, after every 4 section, you get reprieve. Just need to be a little luckier. Or dumber. Dumber works too. I'm reverting a bit. Okay. Take a moment. Find your center. Why is that inconsistent? It is so strange to me that that particular one spawns... I'm going to put a marker down. It's odd. Do Mad Thwomps always look like that, or is it random throughout the game? I think the Mad Thwomps are... I think the Thwomps in general are consistent in their look in the entire game. Like, they've always kind of got the funny-looking eyes. There we go. See if this breaks things. Oh, what's up, Suak? Thank you for the raid. I don't know why nothing is happening. The interface might have broken a while ago and I didn't notice. How was your stream? What were you up to? Hopefully something fun. I am moderating this hack, which has been pretty awesome, actually. Though, admittedly, the ice world has given me a few levels that are somewhat more irritating than usual, but, you know, we will persevere. There we go. Reset game. Oh, it's definitely not working then. Yeah, I think the interface is bugged. It happens from time to time. I'm going to admit right now I'm not sad that Reset Game isn't proccing, given them having a good run. Never mind. But everything, like, it's all stuffed. Do I want to reset it to fix it? Because, like, the chat's going to be busted now. So, reset the game, you'll go insane. I've got some bad news. If I want to fix the thing, I have to reset it. I don't have an option. Like, the chat is going to be busted till I reset the bot at least, so let's do that. Which I have to kill really hard. Like, everything above that that reset is lost. All that chat text did not go to the boxes. So reminds you of an unreleased level, which also has which is also an ice level and also has this music and is also really long as per tradition. I will definitely either give you a refund or reset the thing very soon. I do not like having the interface be broken. On the other hand, we can do this, and it will work. Something will happen, at least. There we go. At least Miku can help out. Miku putting in overtime this week. So. Oh, hope you had a blast. Hope you had a great week so far on your Bad Blast moderating. Yeah, it's been good. It's been all right. I've, you know, it's been a short week because in America this Monday was President's Day. Because we are not allowed to celebrate 2 presidents in 1 month, so we combine them into one. But yeah. Oh, come on. It's been good. And moderation's been fun, too. This hack has been kind of uneven in difficulty at times. Some of these levels have taken me a lot longer than others. Like, I got through the first 2-ish levels this evening really fast, and then the ISO got me stuck for a bit. And this level is lengthy, which is why I'm not resetting the interface, honestly. Normally I wouldn't mind, but this level is so long, and the midways do not save, I don't think, for this class of level. So there are some types of midways that save, and I don't remember the distinction between them. So I think it's only the ones in castles that do, like not the end of world castles, but like the big castles in between worlds. And that's just the way Yogui wanted it, and that was a terrible job. I like this room. It's free. It's gonna let moles do mole things. I don't have to go through this section particularly fast. Except that, I probably need to catch that mole for a cycle. There we go. No, no! I didn't see the moles. But yeah. Somewhat of a shame the SA1 interface is so brittle. And it's really been this hack. I did not have this many problems with levels during BLDC. I guess there is an odd number of them. Because I felt I didn't have that much trouble with them, but I guess also I wasn't playing them for like 4 hours at a time. I think the longest single level was like 2 hours. If that. Maybe 3. Green Tower of Boredom was a really long level, but it also broke. It didn't merely break the interface, the level itself was broken, so we had to do some resets anyway, so. Not really a big deal. Like I said, I do not understand why that goes to the left sometimes. And pop! But yeah, I'm looking forward to the weekend. I've got stuff I need to get done, mostly cleaning. My sister's coming to visit on Sunday, which means I need to figure out some other stuff. Mostly I need to do like some laundry and get the guest room hospitable. Because right now it's a bit of a disaster area because I got it cleaned in, I think, last in August. And then it just kind of accumulates cruft as I'm looking for random things in there. Like I was trying to find if I had a Dreamcast S-Video cable the other day. And the answer is, I think I do. I have no idea where it is. I now have a Dreamcast VGA cable, which is better. Because I can capture VGA pretty decently. And VGA is just a better standard. In terms of video fidelity and all that. But it also means, you know, I went and tore up the box of Discord trying to find that specific cable and didn't actually find it, so there's a bunch of stuff I need to do around there with cleaning. I did not flood that jump this time. But, yes, a few other things to do there. It's mostly big stuff. I'll just move things around. I need to make the desk available for her, because she's got to do some work remotely. Which is kind of funny when you think about it, because technically her job... Her job's main office is actually in the greater Seattle area, but I don't think she actually wants to go to their office anyway, so. Not that I blame her. Going to the office is only kind of fun if there's a good reason to. I was even talking to my boss the other day. I was like, just leaving the office. I'm like, why? Why were you even there? It's like, I gotta pick up mail. Okay. He's the only person who even uses that office nowadays, so. Really should get rid of it, but there's complications. There's always complications. But yeah, if this thing requires me to do a perfect lap to get the moon, I know what I'm doing. At least I know how I'm cheating. There we go. We cool now. We on moles. Okay. One block hammer, bro. I can't believe we got that. That did not look like it should have worked. Oh, and bumpties. Just bumpties. Already suffered through a bumpty level. I really don't need another one. I'm glad I stepped a little bit away from the wall for that. Nope. Now, what's up, Pawaluta? How you doing? Thank you for the good luck. The bumpty at the end of this section. Yeah, it was disappointing in me too. Yeah, the only thing I can think of that's going to be a... Unless there's like a separate moon challenge room, which conceptually possible. Numpty in the hole. I just think it's gotta be beat the whole thing in one go. That has to be the moon for this. I'm trying to come up with something else, but that has to be it. There hasn't been a whole lot of opportunity to do anything else. Well, the interface is broken. The bot's still up, so now the bot's in game mode, which is like the default base class when it doesn't know what to do. So the TTS is there along with a few other things, just like it handles a bunch of stuff. But because to fix the interface, I need to reset the SNES. Once the USB interface goes, there's not a lot I can do to bring it back when it dies that hard. And so I'm not going to bring it back. Not without resetting it. So. And with the length of this level, and the amount of riot that might occur if I actually reset right now. Maybe I could put up a poll. As the phrase, the monster at the end of this book. Oh, I do love the monster at the end of this book. It was a good book growing up. Nice introduction to metafiction. I also own a physical copy of the puzzle at the end of this book. The parody of the monster at the end of this book that was made for Mystery on Puzzle. We actually did go and pick up a physical copy of it, like late at night, for the purposes of solving it. I used to have that part down. But yeah, it's a fun story. Remember getting to get it read to me a lot as a child, and I've gotten to read it to some other children's. I always like doing that. You turned the page! As Grover gets more and more exasperated at the readers. And of course, you gotta pretend really that he's actually done a good job with binding the pages or breaking up the pages, and so you actually have to like put some work into turning the page. It's a very theatrical performance when it comes to book reading. Oh, that's... But still such a fun book. They made a sequel, it's not as good. You wanna know why? It has Elmo in it. Just having Elmo in the book immediately diminishes it. Sesame Street has overdosed on Elmo. At least they did like 10 years ago, I have to imagine, or 20 years ago. I have to imagine it's only gotten worse from there. Who's Elmo? You don't watch anime. I like it. I think you should be happy you don't know who Elmo is, if you have the option. You ask anybody, any parents, they're always happy to say no, no more Elmo. Like, I get why people like him, kids like him, but a little bit of Elmo goes a long way. Elmo, no like critics. And of course, the titular monster at the end of this book turns out to be furry, lovable old Grover. Yup. Oh, and you were so scared. Yeah, okay. Spin jumping there is the play. Yeah, I've definitely read that book a number of times. It's so good, as far as children's literature goes. Oh, the mole stage. Like I said, I can take this as slow as I want. Like, there's no downside to slowing my mole, I guess. Except here. There's some downside there. Oh! I know better than that. I could have saved it, too. But yes, no Elmo for me. In fact, my little brother had a toy. You could push one of 4 buttons and the assorted Muppet would come up. And one of them was Elmo. And I swear to God, I threatened to remove the batteries from that toy so many times just because I kept hearing la 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 Elmo's song. I didn't even remember what the other 2 Muppets did. Well, there were 4 Muppets. I remember what the other one did, because it was Cookie Monster, and he says, C is for Cookie. That's good enough for me. But, you know, Cookie Monster is a far more tolerable Muppet, even if he doesn't believe that cookies are an everyday food anymore. Just because Cookie Monster is a more tolerable Muppet, period. I want to say one of the other one was Oscar the Grouch, but I have no fucking clue what he said. Maybe like Bert? No, it must have been Ernie. Must have been Ernie. But yeah, no, if you really want to annoy someone who has kids, get them a toy with batteries in it that makes noise. Where the batteries are hard to remove. I need to stop trying to do that in one go. I could easily just lure the moles off and get that for free. 1 hammer, 2 hammer, 3 hammer. Fall off. Okay, that wasn't good. Hammer, 2 hammer, 3 hammer. I don't think he's going to get back on the platform. Nope. Remember as a kid, you had this badass series of Sesame Street books that not only had matching spines to form a picture, but they were also puzzle pieces, and made a picture of Big Bird if they all put together. Oh, that sounds pretty awesome, actually. Yeah, that Hammer Bro, I got through that Hammer Bro the first time with a little bit of luck, and I have subsequently not had that amount of luck to do it again. I cannot believe how rarely I'm getting through that section. No. Bonk. Oh, right, I have to kill it. Keep thinking of how cool it would be to come through here with, like, any sort of power-up so that those rooms would be a little bit easier. Cannot believe it took me that long to think, oh yeah, I should spin jump on that critter. Like, that should have been obvious. Okay, mole time. I'm also pretty sure after... Not after the Hammer. The room after the Hammer Brother is probably the room before the boss, unless there's, like, literally 100 rooms of this shit. Which would not surprise me in the slightest, somehow. Because, of course, Hawaluta knows... Yeah, see, that was easy. You just fake him out. 2, 3. Okay. Nope, I thought he was going to jump next. Going to lurk mode. Gotta go to the gym. Oh, nice. Enjoy your time at the gym. Have a good workout. And, of course, don't skip leg day. Never, ever skip leg day. You wish it was only 100 rooms? Oh, don't terrify me, Hawaluta. I was finally pretty happy with where I was in this hack. Plus or minus that 1 moon in the morsel-inspired level. Bonk. Bonk. 100 rooms of Keck. I've seen people. That's like it's the Cape one, right? No, that's 100 Rooms of Crusoe is the Cape one. The Cape one looks nightmarish, I will be frank. But Cape people are made differently. I like that room. Simplicity. Like, absolute simplicity. Big money, no moles. Okay. It's the only one I have to do difficult. This one I can take easy. Which means I'll at least get a free hit if I want to take my hit to kill this guy. If I'm lucky, I can do it without. Alright, well, not lucky. Oh, right, bumpties. I'd almost forgotten what I had to do in this next section. Bumpties. I still feel like there's a, like, bumpties nuts joke in there somewhere. Yeah, I thought I could make that jump. Okay. So that's the boss. If I want to get the moon, I need to hop on one of those two bumpties. And make it up to the moon room. No! No! Okay. I think it's possible I can do this. Nope. Rooms of Keck is the Team Dix one? Okay. Isakoro 100 Rooms level, yeah. Done a lot trying this room. This moon, I'm not surprised to hear that. Like, I don't think it's going to be that hard. You just have to get onto the bumpties on an earlier cycle. Which I didn't do. And not fall into the giant pit of spikes. Also, I don't know what that means. But I assume that means you're going to bed, Weregoose, I think. That or you're going to go cook. Or have a midnight snack, maybe? Either way, have fun. At least we've come up with some more consistent strats for, like, every part of this. Except the bumpty room. I've only been to the bumpty room twice. Possibly 3 times, but probably twice. Like, we can just chill. There's no reason to rush the moles here. There's no reason for me to rush going through the moles here. So many moles. So little time. So many moles, too much time. Oh no, there is a reason not to rush, because I gotta do the Hammer Brother room next. Ah, I keep forgetting. 1, 2... It's a jerk-ass Hammer Bro. Hammer Bros are easily one of my least favorite sprites in all of SMW. Like, all of Mario in general. Just never know what they're gonna do. Like, little unpredictable things. Except for that first 3 jump. I know what they're gonna do on that first 3 jump. After that, good luck. Boink, 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 boink. I still can't believe it took me that long to spin jump there. In modern games, Hammer Bros aren't so bad, but yeah. In games up to SMW they were. Usually don't want to fight a Hammer Bro small. No, you don't. You don't want to fight a Hammer Bro unarmed, in general, if you can avoid it. Like, and I generally would prefer to avoid it. Like, give me a cape, give me a fire flower, give me a shell. Just give me something I can use to defend myself against the barrage of parabolic hammers. I didn't really mind the first one because, you know, the first one, I had all the latitude to just hit him under one of the 3 blocks. But here, nope, 1 block. It's basically a power-up filter for this next section, to be frank. Okay. And that's the problem. If they threw their hammers a little slower and they didn't hurt you for the first 30 frames. Yeah, that'd be nice. Okay, so that's why that sucks. So basically I want to get onto that a little bit after that dude does his thing. There goes the mushroom again, because it doesn't want to go down on a consistent path. Don't know why, it just sometimes decides, nah. You love that it plays Megalovania every time. There's a chat comment, like, way up there saying, I am getting very tired. Or someone is getting very tired of the first few seconds of Megalovania. I'm at least glad that the moon doesn't require doing everything before this perfectly. Because that'd be nightmarish. It's too much. Oh. It was you sick of the first 10 notes? Ah, okay. I knew it was someone who's been here for the long haul. Still in here. I just didn't remember who. I would have had to go look it up. But... like, I've kind of grown, like, to the point where I don't really notice the Megalovania. I'm just gonna jump in the pit. I don't really feel like I can do it without the power-up. Like, that Hammer Bro is basically a power-up filter. Like, maybe I'll get lucky and get through it like I did the first time, but I don't think I will. These blocks kind of remind me of that one Mega Man level. I forget which one it is, but there was like these big bluish, purplish blocks throughout most of the level. Kind of a similar texture to the blocks up top. But is what is. This, that. On the bright side, I think I mentioned this much earlier in the stream, Yogui posted a comment on the hack stating that he had intended to submit this as very hard rather than hard, so I no longer have to worry about that. I just changed it to hard to reflect, or very hard to reflect his preference. That was a thing we had a lot of discussions about last time, and the time before, and possibly the time before that. I think we're up to three or four streams of this. It would have worked! Oh, it would have worked if I'd hit the stupid block. Every time you die in the game, you get a jam out for 10 seconds. I don't know. I feel like it's definitely intended to convince you not to die, to convince you to die less. I put it that way. Okay. Moon. All right, boom, boom. Well, that was a stupid way to die. I'm just going to be silent a moment and reflect upon my actions. Because I, for one, am definitely ready to be out of this level. Yeah, at least I got the moon. It's true. At least we got the moon. I thought that was going to take a lot longer, but yeah, just waiting for... It was pretty straightforward. Just wait for that one bumpy to go, and then rock it. That could have been a lot worse. I'm glad I sat down and thought about that before failing in, like, a third or fourth attempt on that. And... Oh, no. I'm a moron. Maybe I could have respawned that one, actually. That might have been recoverable. Because if I'd gone all the way to the left, that might have been enough space. I'm still going to try the hammer bro because I'm here, so may as well. The mole section is short enough to justify trying. If I could be a little more reckless. Mole reckless. One, two, three. See? Got it that time. To be fair, had I gotten it while being big, it would have been cooler. But I'll take... We take those. Okay. We take those. Okay. Yeah, my plan last time was to wait for Boom Boom to come to me. And when I failed to jump on him, it ruined my plan. Oh no. Swoopy Boom Boom. Okay. Swoopy Boom Boom who doesn't actually like to go all the way to the ground. Why did he go to the ground that time? Ah, okay. That was a complete accident. But I'll take it. Orb. The Boom Boom sprite is so bizarre. Oh, indeed it is. Okay. The castle at the top, home of the final boss. So I'm close to the end? Really? Huh. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the reset. It won't count. I'll go and refund your thing at some point. Has every boss been a Boom Boom? Yes. Every boss of a minor castle has been a Boom Boom. There's been a couple of more unique bosses, like the Undine boss. And there was a 2 shell-throwing boss that was sort of a gimmick boss that was pretty straightforward. I don't think I ever... Oh, I should do that. Let me put a marker down to do that. Something went wrong. That's always a good sign. Marker. I want to go back and read the text hint for the 2 Hammer Bros. But... Super Boom Boom, possibly. Alright, I'm going to reset this and get up and use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Enjoy the title screen. Yeah, it didn't update because the interface was broken. It can't read things that it can't read, and so it wasn't updating right. Now that we fixed it, it's correct. There's still more levels beyond this. At least, I guess, 4 levels beyond this. I think. Can you spin jump off these? No. That was dumb. Oh, retry. What? Well, that's a sign. No, there's no motor skills. This is a standard hack, just a very hard standard hack. So, I don't, like, yeah, there's no motor skills. Unless it's bound to a different button and hasn't been introduced to me. This hack's really good about introducing each of the gimmicks in a way that makes sense, is clear. The gimmick this level is Green Beans Suck, which is a gimmick everyone here should know. Just had to remember how to green bean. Ah! I'm trying to get rid of you. There we go. Ah, hey. Ah. Oh, come on. It's bad enough that you green bean, and now you're doing this. Ah, I did that on accident. I don't know where I'm going. There's not enough screen to tell where I'm supposed to land. Brave jump. That worked. We made it to the castle gate. I think this be the whole world in the castle. It might be. Pencil. You know how green beans work? Mostly. I'll go with mostly. All right, midway. I'm not good at green beans. There's some vanilla mechanics that I will admit full... Oh, no. They're... Ow. Is this another one of those... Yeah, this is another one of those. I'm gonna have to go through every single door. This might take a while. Welcome to the P balloon room. Well, P and P. Oh. Have green beans and note blocks? I don't know about that. I think I prefer note blocks. Let's see what's over here if I go to this room instead. Yoshis and springboards. Wait till after the noise. I will keep that in mind. This room is more my speed. In fact, it's basically precision springboard placement. I can precision springboard place. There are things I know how to do in this world. Alright, that's gonna start that up. Okay. Oh. You... Okay. Oh, no. Oh, no! I was doing so well, too. Things were going so well. No blocks refuse to cooperate? Yeah. Some fast bullets. Yeah, I definitely been waiting. Waiting on those, because I just know they're going to be awful. Because you just know they suck. They're fast bullets. That might be a little bit too far. Yep. Well, the thing is, I panicked. I didn't think about what I wanted to do once I got to the other side of the wall. And so I just kind of panicked. Also, I think that obstacle there is really silly, given I have to wait for it to get over the damn wall. Like, it's literally just a time waster. I am not a fan. Oh, come on. That's close enough. Right. Right, I know what I'm doing. I am panicking, but I know what I'm doing. Alright. Here we go. Ready, steady, go. Still say this is very much a thanks I hate it moment. I'm not a fan of balancing on these things. At least it's not moving down to the right, though. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Wait. Yeah, I could just do that. Because I don't need Yoshi. Okay, that's one door down. Let's do the next one. Oh, it's this gimmick again? Okay. And herein lies one of the big differences between just playing in moderation. Actually, I can still go down, right? No, I can't. I want to see if that door is turned red. Because in the prior areas, I guess only one of the prior areas did they use that gimmick. No, it's not turned red. Okay. Cool, I'll just need to keep track of which ones I've beaten and which ones I haven't. That's not a problem. I can do that. Yeah, poor Yoshi. It would have been nice to keep him around to the Yoshi filter, but he was gonna explode one way or the other, right? Like, Yoshi wasn't gonna live through that situation. Oh. I suddenly realized my folly there. Had to think hard and did not think hard. There we go. Beautiful. The thing is I actually don't want to be too fast here. Yeah, if I do that way, yeah, I don't want to do that. I realized that the first time, and I still did it again. That's just kind of dumb. Possible nightmares of Second Reality Project Reloaded, Bowser Starship. I've never actually played through that, but I've watched Desi do a number of streams trying to beat that. It is long. Here's the thing, I'm not that worried about any individual section. Like, Yogui's been really kind about checkpoints in general. So, it could be a lot worse. Well, today I learned. They go to the right. Also, these like the door levels haven't been really long in the past either. There's just been a lot of them. Just way too many of them. The days before multiple checkpoints, you had to rely on save states? Yeah. It was a different time. A time before even the humble one-up door. Which was truly a boon to most of us and a detriment to everybody judging that VLDC. Whichever one it was. When they land, not when they fall. Yeah, I think the key thing here is I want to watch them and make sure they're moving towards... That was close, that was what I wanted, and I didn't move to the middle. I thought it'd be safe on the right. Like, that level's nowhere near as bad as I thought it was going to be. I think the Yoshi one was actually more technically challenging. This one just has one silly gimmick. And I have more than enough balloon time to pull this off, honestly. In fact, to make this easier, I probably should, like, milk the balloon time before hitting the P-switch. Or just fail to go up a single pixel higher than I need to go. Finish that. You know, if you're gonna use the retry patch, why would you choose to restart the music? Oh no, wait, it's the P-switch room, isn't it? It restarts. It would probably not restart the music if it wasn't for the P-switch. Never mind, I'm dumb. See, like I said, plenty of time. Oh, I went to the middle. I think I'm just going to go right, based upon what I see and kind of hope. I'm not sure I'm going to come up with a consistent strat for that. I don't think I need to, honestly. Like, if I beat it once, I'm fine. That's the metric with these levels. I don't have to do more, I just simply have to beat it once. I do approve that the balloon controls are a little bit nicer in this game than the standard Mario World, though. Like, I'm not fighting buoyancy. Yeah, that's probably the smart way of it. Oh, never mind, that's not the end. Oh. Okay. I may have taken too long to square up. Yeah, if they're both going left, that definitely works. I just need to pay attention. I definitely thought that level was shorter than it was. I'm still not sure what the deal is with those super fast bullets. Like, they seem kind of superfluous, the design here. Well, I think the problem was I wasn't ascending during the spiny drop. And that's kind of what screwed me. Like, I also lose a couple seconds there. I could do a little bit better by not jumping into the balloon and forcing myself up. I could also do better by not doing that. Like, there's a few spots where I could easily gain time by not being dumb, and I'm just not doing it yet. There we go. Mario won. It worked. I'll probably need to be more careful. You know what? I like that as a balloon sprite. I like it way more than I probably should. Most balloon sprites look terrible. That one looks fine. There's one I have where just the character's holding balloons. And it looks so much better, honestly. It's a much nicer look than the... Oh, giant inflatable. I was enjoying that. Mario 1's a classic. Luigi's okay. He doesn't look nearly as good when made into a balloon, though. Gonna have a fight over this. It's gonna pause the game for like half a second every time it happens. Just to make it more challenging. Oh, for... Character war. You know what happens? I've had this happen at least twice. Now. Once when I was moderating Daizo's hack, Mario World Challenges. That one was fun. And I think Daizo actually ran out of channel points. Not that he had a lot to begin with, but he definitely ran out of them. Trying to go back and forth. Various characters. We had some fun characters there. A few from the random set we don't see that often, which is always kind of fun. I think I need to go a little bit faster there, too. Oh, I don't. I definitely don't need to go faster there. Bonk. You know, I could have seen that. Only have 13K. I really wish that Twitch would give us more insight into the channel point economy. Like, I don't want to see names. I just want to know... Like, don't even give me IDs. Just, like, give me a list of how many channel points some people have. Give me, like, the top 50. That's all I care about. I don't need names. I could do correlation analysis, maybe, if people tell me how many they have. At which point, who cares? They told me. I don't think it'd be a privacy issue. It just would be more convenient, honestly, if they just told me. Yeah, it doesn't matter because I get another P-balloon here. Yeah, we're doing better. You can tell by the fact that I'm not seeing the bricks turn. Okay, that was dumb. Just let go, Pat. Just let go. Lord, no! This keeps happening. It keeps happening. Reset Game is the best character. Oh, it's true. Reset character is definitely the best. Reset Game is definitely the best character. Asked Abe one time how many points he has on your channel and he adamantly refused. Interesting. I guess some people really care about keeping that private, I suppose. That's why I just say, just give me an anonymous list of, like, the top 50. That's all I care about. I don't want to see any names. Don't want to call out lurkers. I just want to know what the economy looks like. And there are reasonable solutions to this. The Toadette sprite is terrifying. The problem is that it's missing the pigtails, which is kind of what makes the Toadette sprite work. But I can't do those unless the 32x32 patch is enabled, and I never got around to supporting the 32x32 patch. It's too invasive for me to just apply to other people's hacks. I can't do that. But I can support it when someone's using that specific mode. Alright, what am I expected to do now? Up pipes. Okay, that wasn't too bad. You can take that midway for once. Now, 4 different ways. Well, 3 different ways. Alright, which way is the Cape way? Oh boy. Can I do this with Spinfly? No, I can't. Probably shouldn't, too. At least it knocks me out. You know what? Oh, no. I think I could soft-lock myself here. There we go. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm in the wrong window. Balloon Toadette is really scary. That pouch is breaking things often. Yeah, I don't want to try to do that to someone's hack. That's not a good idea. But yeah, like, if I lose my cape here, so let's just do this as a demonstration, okay? Because it's unlikely, but let's say someone does try to spin fly. Oh, it kills you. Also, it doesn't matter if there's soft locks. It doesn't matter if there's soft locks. You can always anti-soft lock yourself. Alright. Remove the other marker. I forgot there's always the anti-soft lock measure of press enter and LR and A, so. But Yogui is also a step ahead of us with the spiky game. I need to come in a little bit hot. Pick a door and the challenges. Yeah, I mean, it's common because the game, Super Mario World did it first, honestly. That was close. Alright, I did one fly thing. Pretty fly for a Mario guy. Oh my. Yeah, great. I'd like to try a different room now. I'd like to try a room where I have a good chance of clearing it. I don't think I have a good chance of clearing the cape. Here we go. My flying ability is very limited to, like, the basic SMW stuff. It's definitely something I should work on, but have not worked on. So, cape room used to be tighter. I'm glad he loosened it a bit. But still. I'm just not very enthused by the obstacle, which is, here you go, here's a bunch of spikes to fly between. Just like, okay, that's an obstacle. Yeah. Like, I hope there's something more inspired on the other side, is all I'm saying, because that's not, like, interesting cape design, I guess. Just gonna go slow. One thing I can say is it gives you the tools to not fail it, I guess. Alright. Thank you for the preview? Okay, so there's a pipe up there, so I just need to spin fly. That's not that hard. I didn't even see those. Oh, I'm a lucky bastard. Okay. So I don't think the preview's helping me much. I don't know what I'm looking at here. So I'm just going to take this part really slow. Okay, what's expected of me now? Oh no! I could have spun fly. I could have spin flew. That would have worked a lot better. Alright, I think I could beat that room. But I'm okay with RNG. Common trope of final levels to have something like that, yeah. Cape Room used to be tighter. I was thinking the common trope was to have the last level structured like that. But think about only Super Mario World did it. I mean, some... Yeah, I'm trying to come up with any of the other ones. When you first tried making Toadette, the 32x32 seemed to disagree with the retry patch. That was a problem. I'm surprised. See, you finally took down the ad game to queue? Yeah. I was in the middle of doing a request, and someone added yet another one, and as much fun as these are, like, everyone's requests have been really great so far. You know, plus, I even had fun with Superman 64, to be frank. But just, there's too many. There's 26 in the queue right now. I'm several hours into working through more of them, and I need some reprieve. I'm certain some of them will be shorter, some of them will be longer. Didn't think that one through. But ultimately, like, I just don't have the time to clear that much stuff, I guess. There we go. I should check down there. Oh, I see the gimmick. That's cool. It'd be cooler if I could do it. Alright, so I like the rooms. Honestly, I want another shot at that cape room. I'm surprised at how much I want another shot at that cape room. It is true. Fries definitely did nag me to remove it. That is true. But it was sensible. It was very sensible to remove it. There's a lot of things in there I'm looking forward to playing. I just want to stress that point one more time, but it'll take time. I want to say I'm mostly done with Final Fantasy 30, but I vaguely remember from when Desi made that request that the final dungeon is quite a bear, and not the kind of bear Desi loves, just the regular kind that goes "Arr!" So that might take a little bit of time to do it. But I feel like if there's like 2 more streams of that would be my guess. Shadow Man, I'm still not sure. Aw, but we'll see. Formally inquire whether or not you'd be allowed to ask for a specific difficulty level. Maybe? I think it would depend upon what difficulty level. Like, if you're asking... I think it's pretty reasonable to, like, give a certain amount of instruction to say, no, that you should not play this on, like, super difficult. My general inclination is to play games on the default difficulty level. So in the case of, like, Doom, I played the middle one, which was the one that was selected by default. Right. But, if you're going to say, like, no, play it on an easier difficulty because it'll be more fun or whatever, I'm also open to that sort of suggestion. Or play it on a harder difficulty, otherwise it'll be a cakewalk. But it's not a, play it on hardest difficulty because lol, that'll be funny for me. Would not be sort of the ideal way to handle that. The final dungeon is something? Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Alright, I'm going to do something stupid here, even though I really want to do the star level. I kind of felt there might be something down there. It would be a nice place to hide a secret. Just because I felt it had a little bit of scroll left. I do want to do the star level too. Like, all of these seem pretty fun now that I've finally mastered the minimal amount of cape I need for this. Looked up a speedrun of Shadow Man. Wanted to see what the N64 looked like, and apparently you're not too far away from the end. I mean... narratively, I'm not that far away from the end in terms of, like, discovery and stuff. I've got a lot of the pieces that's been mentioned. How would Mega Man 2? The original difficulty is difficult, but the US added those, which in reality, in the normal, which is the... I would just take it under advisement. If someone requested Mega Man 2, I would ask. before we got started what the recommended thing to do is. My natural inclination is to play things on English, so I probably would end up defaulting to normal without giving any other guidance. Is sort of how I would approach that heuristically. But like I said, guidance is definitely allowed. I will get to the rest of that in a second. The thing about Shadow Man is there's like a very clear narrative structure. I need to defeat the 4 evil dudes, and I have access to one of their areas, and I still need to go find the MacGuffin, the final piece of the Solar Trinity that allows me to use my Shadow Man powers in the real world, which is a big important thing. Because otherwise I'm just a normal schmuck with a pretty crummy gun and the inability to swim very well. So, Fire Emblem does not have a standard difficulty as far as you're aware, aside from the old Chris response here. Okay. Hate games that lie about their difficulty. Wario Land 4 and Fire Emblem does that and it angers you. I'm curious. I don't know much about Wario Land 4. I was feeling so good about that cape run, too. Gonna be honest, this makes me miss the cat blargs from that one hack with the weird art style. Those cat blargs were something awesome. That was complete cheese. I didn't deserve that. The game just gave it to me. Let's go around the loop one more time. Okay. I have to do this in one cycle. I got lucky. No chance that's gonna bounce in my way, in my favor. No, of course not. Take it easy. No need to rush. Okay, the back half of this is actually safe. I can just stand here and the blarg can't get me. Oh no! Ah, I should have done like a spin jump. How do I feel about being tricked into a harder difficulty? Not ideal, I'll be honest. But yeah, I read what you all wrote. I just was doing it quietly, quickly, because it's very much between you guys. I don't need to necessarily verbalize all that. Spin me right round. Oh, I'm sad. Wait, I should have avoided it. I was so excited to just hit every object. Alright, back to Captain. I feel like Captain's the one I have the most shrift with. Ugh. The best chance of completing at this point, because I've gotten pretty far. I just have no idea how much farther it is. After all my cape whining. I still think this particular obstacle right here is kind of weak, but whatever. Oh, jump. Now I'm just curious about how Wario Land 4 works. I've been playing a little bit of Pizza Tower off stream, and that game is really fun, but apparently like a love letter to one of the Wario games, which I'm just not aware of. But it is really cool. Like, I see it in the sense that like you're constantly like charging around and like shoulder checking enemies, which sort of is the Wario, in my mind, the Wario gameplay loop is you're charging through enemies, you're getting lots of points. And that's Wario to me, but I know so very little about most Wario games. Yeah, Pizza Tower's fun. I think in general, I recommend it. It's just fun. Pizza Tower's what happens if you take Wario 4 and focus more on score, attack, speed running than focused on treasure hunting, exploration. I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. There's still some like treasure hunting stuff, but like clearly it's not the key focus of the game. You want to become good enough to get those P ranks and loop back through the levels. Like the fact that the whole second lap exists is absolutely ridiculous as a mechanic. It's cool in its own thing, but it's not as much Wario 4 as many think. Okay. The opposite issue. Okay. It's a joy to watch. I'm certain that that is going to get a high billing at the next GDQ. Like, watching someone who's good at Pizza Tower just tear up and get P ranks is just fun. And the art style and the music. The music is especially excellent. It's Pizza Time is probably one of my favorite game tracks, new game tracks I've heard in a long time. Okay, so if I get to this spot, the next flying spot, I have a question for any flyers out there. Cape aficionados, I guess I won't have my question yet. Never mind, no questions. Let's find what we're doing next. Fire Flower. I feel optimistic about Fire Flower. Love Pizza Tower art style? Yeah. Usually game studios put the most effort and faith in the normal mode. So normal should be called normal. Okay, I agree with that. More or less. Like finding everything and then the real game begins, figuring out the route. Yeah. Keep your combo up while also getting everything and doing everything fast enough for lap 2. No, it's not. Oh, yeah. How good am I at SRPGs? Can I be honest? It's been a long time since I've played one. I was dumb. I felt that I'm pretty decent at them in the past. I beat Final Fantasy Tactics at least once. Possibly twice, I don't remember. And I think at least I did the second time without any immense amounts of cheese. In general, I like to think I can think through decent strategy stuff, but honestly, I don't have a good frame of reference. Like I said, I haven't played a strategy RPG in a very long time. So, I would recommend not necessarily throwing me to the lions, especially if there's no way to lower the difficulty later. Alright. I might be ready to ask Cape people a question. Soon. I should duck here. Oh, dang it. Why did I do that? I re-grabbed at the wrong time. Only played FFT and cheesed hard. You should replay it. Oh, definitely. But you added Baldur's Gate to the queue. Having played Fire Emblem Engage on hard mode, you had a blast, but it was well hard. And I'm certain you've played other Fire Emblem games, so you have certain knowledge of certain patterns, which I do not have. There's like institutional knowledge which comes with having played an awful lot of games in the same series about how things behave and what you can expect, which may or may not be the case here. It could be a surprise. Spin right. Nope. I need to gain more momentum there. Well, PB on that too. PB on that J. The problem is I want to sing the version of this that has like Wonderwall mixed in. Because, of course I do. One of those Neil Sierra things. Oh, I understand. Okay, that works too, I guess. Square up. This is more clever than I thought it would be. How? Okay, I gotta think about that part. Unfortunately, I don't get to think about that part yet. Common practice is to make a game and usually turns out too hard because they got to test, they got to experience. Because of this, the original intent is often being dubbed the hard mode, while several things get eased up for normal mode. Maddening mode. So the normal mode often gets disguised as hard to make people not feel bad for playing in that. So it's called normal. In maddening mode, instead of your units' stat growth being governed by RNG, they are fixed. Is that a... I feel like that's a good thing. In general, I want my stats to grow in expected ways. Like, I don't need my wizard getting more... Oh, crap. I don't keep trying to do that. It doesn't work. Getting more strength. I don't need a muscle wizard unless, like, that's a class in Fire Emblem. I'm, of course, in favor of muscle wizards, but, you know. Okay. So that... Careful. Like, that's the smart move there. And then we do this to clear the path. And then... This is a... Okay, just do that. Right. Because I don't want to land on the thwomp while, I needed him. Right, okay. I was taught a lesson and immediately disregarded it. We haven't been hitting Cape for a while. I've not been doing good at Fire Flower. Class equals most magic and both magic and physical weaponry. Okay. Imagine a muscle wizard, strong attack and magic attack, but terrible death, generic glass cannon. Yeah, but I don't think that's necessarily a muscle wizard. Muscle wizards cast punch. In one of the D&D campaigns, the D&D campaign I'm in, the court magicians are generally represented as muscle wizards, because my friend would always sort of roleplay as that guy at the gym who's carrying 2 watermelons while talking as the court magician. There we go, that works. But so that's why generally that's where I think of muscle wizard. There we go. Okay, that entire platform is Danger Town. Yeah, I got unlucky there. Maybe I should try and proc that one and come back. Because I think my prior attempt where I did that, I just got lucky. I had just happened to do the right re-grab to go right barely under it or right barely over it. So... He's getting boned for RNG, especially when knowing how hard some of those... Yeah. FE has your unit stats be governed by random chance based on certain hidden stats called growth rates. So it's kind of like Pokemon, where there's stats that influence your stats that you don't know what they are, that aren't externally exposed, but are, in fact, important and calculatable, I guess, if you do the right things. You know, like IVs and EVs. Yeah, I definitely think I'd want to play on the more calculated mode. Assuming that the stats they give you are not like, lol, you get the worst stats. Which I could see them doing, I guess. These 3 rooms are definitely more difficult than the first 2. I wonder how much of that is just, oh, I should have duck jumped. Yeah, that part's just rush. Don't worry about it, just rush. I get this vague feeling that the entire part of this was initially supposed to be done by flying, and it was all nerfed to not. Okay. So question for Hawaluta or anybody who's good at Cape. Should I keep trying to spin fly this, or should I actually try to do a regular flight? Because I don't feel like spin flying has made me more successful, and I'm not certain about the angles. And this is just something I don't know enough about to make reasonable inference beyond banging my head into this particular pipe over and over. Spin, just tap left. Did you beat this, Fries? You know way too much about this hack. At times. Don't remember either can work. Okay. Nope. How odd. Like different difficulties and work behind them. Hate difficult happens to nothing but adjusted values. Oh yeah, those are boring. It's no fun shooting an enemy like 50 more times to kill it. Balls. 50% chance in random mode, they'll get 1 point 50% of the time, whereas in fixed mode, 50% of the time lasts a 0.05. Okay, that's not too bad. Skills are as secret as your face. Alright, fair enough, Fries. Fair enough. Something very strange about this. Very strange. I still like my vague conspiracy theory, which I think you denied immensely last time, that you are also Haraga. But there was probably a very good argument, such as you both been in the same room at the same time or something. Nope. Playing the long troll. Oh, I bet. Well, that worked. Barely. I feel like by pacing I must be close to the end at that next flying section, but we'll see. See, this time I ducked. Not that's going to make all the difference, but it does make certain parts this a little bit easier. Okay, do not pick... Oh, in one's first run, they don't even get to pick which mode. Or even see which one's picked during... Wait, what? Interesting. Just because you keep me guessing. Yep. There's something entertaining about that. Right, I remember this. Okay. Just need to fly through this. Carefully. In Carol Blaster, the hard mode unlocked by normal is pretty much the same entire new game. Once it's beaten in any difficulty, player is now allowed to save and has these two options. Huh. I guess that's fair. Ha! I did it! I feel like I should, like, I don't know, put some sort of badge on me that I beat a cape thing. And thank you for resubbing, Fries. Enjoy your completely empty message box. Hilarious. I just want to die here. I don't care where I'm going. I have to do the other rooms now. That's the room I want to do again, though. I think I like the star room more than the fire flower room. Time to play Fly Me the Stars. Oh no. Still want to sing the Wonderwall version. Record baby, round, round. See, the thing that I know now is that it's not actually all that scary, because I'm going to be constantly given these things. Like, I'm not actually on a timer. Well, except there. That jump is weird. Nope. Bonk. Does make me wonder how many rooms I need to go through here. But my knowledge of Mario buoyancy is definitely coming into play. Also, GG. Thank you for the GGs on Cape. And thank you for the surprisingly apt advice, Fries. This room feels a bit long. I mean, part of that's because I'm switching between rooms. Like, if I was gonna do this in a smart way, if I didn't get the specific room I wanted, I would definitely just re-roll. Rather than play through. Should have waited a sec. Like, a smart move would just be constantly run through Fire Flower, constantly run through Star, or I could even force these things if I wanted to using code. Just by setting my values to the right things. If I so felt inclined. But I feel okay with this. I generally like to play it as it is. But I think, like, just like people who play, like, Grand Poo World 2, they pick their set of rooms and stick with them. In this case, I probably would have stuck with the cape room once I got the cape down. If I was playing this normally, which, you know, we're not. We're moderating, which means we have to 100% the damn thing. As much as I am physically capable of doing. Will the real fries please stand up? Inquire the presence of lower difficulty. It does in fact have that. However, if you lower the difficulty, you are not in fact allowed to raise it again. Okay. Not sure I'm a fan of that, but I could see why they would implement it that way. Like, I like it when you can adjust difficulty for a specific fight, because sometimes a fight is just bullshit. Thinking back to Everhood, there were a couple fights that just drug on too long or were painful because of constraints. Mostly the one I'm thinking of is, of course, fighting the Light Being. Or in Final Fantasy Tactics, it would have been nice to be able to lower the difficulty for Elmore's fight, if that's the Marquise Elmore, I think he is. AKA that vampire samurai dickbag. Or the real final boss, depending upon how you want to play it. Because he's basically the last time you'll have an actual challenging fight. Beat the whole game and at the end just raise the difficulty up to max. Not the worst way to go. And of course, the reason those fights are difficult aren't because, like, of the tactics or the strategy. No, it's because Teta is a fucking dumbass. You have to protect the princess. That's your goal for the fight. The problem? The princess is suicidal. And terrible. Like, she has terrible stats and terrible abilities. Like, some guest characters are actually good, like the engineer, like Mufasa or whatever his name is. But no, Teta is useless, and her default AI is to run straight at the strongest thing and try to whap it in the face with, like, a paper fan. And she is completely worthless. And of course, you have to keep her alive. That's the only thing you have to do in that fight, is keep her alive while you defeat, like, 2 enemies. But no, that fight is still the hardest dang thing in that game, if I remember correctly. That isn't, like, bonus. Maybe it is still the hardest one, even with the bonus stuff. Like, I don't think the deep dungeon's all that difficult. It's just long. Yeah, there we go. That's what it is. Anyway, this has been my rant that came from the year 1998. I hope you all have enjoyed it. Your first playthrough and you've picked maddening and thus forced into fixed mode, you can lower the difficulty to remain in fixed mode. Okay. I think I will have to get back to you and figure out what to do when we get there. Is where I'm at right now. And because of how I usually do this, I usually contact people in advance asking, like, a few important questions. And of course, like, scheduling time and all that. So, it will get figured out. Don't have proof, but according to your research, that works. Okay. Jumped to it late. There we go. Was that a PB last time? Oh, right. I died here by too long of jump. Okay, this is an obstacle. Alright, this is an obstacle. Okay. Okay, I see the problem here, and I bet that was the last obstacle in the room. I have got to hit the top ones consistently, and I'm not doing that. Dead, indeed. Alright, well, at least I get to try the Star Room again. The Star Room's kind of cool. It's not the one I wanted. Wanted the far one. I don't know how to do that consistently. Did the interface break again? This has not been this thing's day. Oh, it doesn't instantly kill me. That would have... Oh, okay. I could cheese my way into that if I felt the need to with Fire Flower or Cape, actually. I guess that's useful for when I get to the end and only have that one left. Yeah, they're both bonked. But I guess we'll do it. I don't think it's too terrible to reset at this point. Because, like, I think, for one, the midways save for these types of castles, I think. If they don't, whatever, I'll try again. Or possibly punt this till tomorrow, till next time. Alright. Well, it's completely dead now. So I have to restart everything. One. Alright, let's find out what saves. Oh, right. It does say saves when it goes to the world map. So we're going to go to the world map first, and then try. Goodbye, Classic Mario. Yeah, we'll switch to demo when we reset. Oh, just doing this may hurt. May hurt. Alright, reestablish. Rehack. Probably should move it up on the list to fix that. Because this gets old, doesn't it? Alright. Let's see what it saved. Set charted demo. It saved nothing. Okay. Well. This part wasn't that bad. And I'll have to beat one of the rooms. The Yoshi room wasn't that bad either. Oh, maybe not. Well, it's one of those things, right? You put up reset game. I think it was reset game. Yeah, I put up reset game. I have to be willing to tolerate the consequences. So, if I wasn't prepared for the consequences, I would have turned it off. Which may happen next time I stream this. Back. Oh, right, he can come back from that. Oh, whatever, he's in some headroom. Nope! Cancel. Yeah, resets in this can be deadly. It depends upon the level. Well, I guess actually I was always deadly. Yeah. I mean, worst comes to worst, I'll turn on cheats and get back to where I was pretty quick. Like, that's worst comes to worst. If I feel like this is taking too long. But I don't think this part was particularly difficult, just full of green beans. And blind jumps. Blind bean jumps. Shoot. Blind bean jump. In fact, that probably would be the name of a really annoying, like, Tomato Johnson level, the blind bean jump. What a guy, Tomato Johnson. Celebrated by so many hack creators, including, of course, Morsel. Ow. Wait. I went over it, but not around it in the way I wanted. Or maybe I'm full of green beans. Forget, why did Tomato Johnson get banned? Was his constant level troll game? He actually didn't get banned for trolling, level trolling. He got banned for re-regging on Discord and being abusive on Discord for some reason. That's officially why he was banned. I don't think that's private knowledge. Since he was being a dickweed on Discord, I think that's pretty public, to be frank. But he still re-regs. There's only so much we can do. We don't ban people who, you know, only come in to try level design contests. So he still gets to do his thing. He just doesn't get to be a dick on Discord about it. Oh, no, I thought I'd make it. Is the infraction log public? You know, I don't spend enough time logged out on SMW Central to know. Mostly because I absolutely hate the new theme. And also I'm one of like the 48 people on the website who uses left side menu. I do not understand all you right side menu users. It continues to baffle me. Too early. There we go. Yep. Left side menu. That's where the menus belong. Ah, oh, so close. I've been using the web for many a year. Right side menu is just bizarre. Like seriously, that required a lot of serious CSS voodoo back in the day, and generally resulted in a less usable web page. Kind of remind you of Mario, the guy creating this creepypasta hack. And was banned because he was apparently trolling the site. I could see that. There, that's so much easier than baiting him. Like, basically I can get to the, this bit near the end in big and I'm guaranteed to win. Or guess the right rotation. Left side barrier menu. There should be a Hyper 6 skin, I think. I also use the classic skin. I do not care enough to use the other ones. In fact, the thing that pisses me off the most right now is because sometimes I want to load things in smaller browser windows. It assumes I want the mobile view of things, and I never want the mobile view of things. Like, ever. In general, the mobile version of a site is a worse version of a site, and SMW Central is no exception. But I don't know how to disable that. Hey, I don't really care, actually. As long as I make... Oh, come on! I come in big, that's the one time I guess the right timing. Alright, well, whatever. Actually, it doesn't matter, it's a power-up gate. Which spin? But absolutely hilarious. Just the guy created a hack, just creeped out a lot of people, and made a creepypasta in SMW's history. Thought he could be an enigma. And just turned into an average dick. That happens with a lot of people. The less you know, oftentimes, about some of your favorite creators, the better. Creators of things. Except for Linus Torvald. Everyone knew Linus Torvald was a dick. That's also true. Most creepypastas are written by young people. It's kind of a young person genre. Okay, here we go. Can you despawn those if you wait long enough? Alright, either way, success. We are back to where we started. That didn't take that long. Wasn't that bad. And unless the game, like, rewards us for defeating everything in once or something, which I will go through and cheat to get, I'll be honest, we should be fine. Yes, Linus Torvald is in the creator. Oh, what despawns? I'm talking about the brick. The snake brick. I was curious if those ever despawn if you go far enough off the screen. What's how you doing, Louie? Never get over a Sonic.exe mention make a comeback despite everything behind that story and series. Huh. Yeah, Triple H. Yeah, Linus Torvald is famously a dick, and one of my favorite instances of this is he quite literally came to Google to give a tech talk and told them how, basically told everybody present that they were morons for not using Git. To be fair, history has proven him right. Now everybody uses Git. So, the more you know. Oh. Oh, do I need to have him be jumping? I need some more height than that. More height than that. The entire level was filled with hyper-realistic blood and Mario crawled out of my TV. I was paralyzed and couldn't move as it happened to rip my spine off Mortal Kombat style. And now I'm still writing this story that somehow you're reading despite being quite dead. It's amazing how that happens. Ah, dang it. Very famous for living in a black and white world. Prefer to work with people with good taste. Yeah, like I said, Linus is a dick. But unlike several other dicks, he actually, you know, has the credentials to back that up to some extent. Not everyone builds an operating system from scratch that is used by, you know, the world around. Don't think distance despawns them, though when they're flung away in a glitchy manner, don't know how long they persist. Okay. Interesting. It didn't matter in that case, because I don't think I got far enough away. I was just kind of curious. I'm still working through this. Slowly. I was kind of hoping this might be the last one, but I kind of figured this would not be the last stream of this. Because all of these castles have been humongous, which is a moderation time sink. Pretty sure if I'd chosen one of these and just stuck with it, I would be done by now. Possibly with the castle. I think I have to do it when he's ascending. Curious why I was redoing the first section? Because we reset the game, because the interface broke, and someone requested reset game. So I redid the first section really quick. Which didn't take that long. I'm pretty sure I could redo the Cape section if need be. Again, I don't think it would take too long. But I don't really care about that for these. Oh, no! Probably outsources creation from India. Smart people are lazy. Don't know the old, I bought this garage sale. Game in a garage sale from the house, or I found this game in a dark attic. Everybody wants one of those stories, though. It's like, yeah, I found this hidden gem somewhere. The secret prototype. Well, there was one I read that was terrible. It was, it was about the secret prototype to, Toonstruck 2. And of course, it couldn't be released because the game was haunted! But yeah, that was not a very good creepypasta. To be fair, I don't blame anybody for wanting a Toonstruck 2, given the abysmal ending of Toonstruck, the original Toonstruck. It literally ends on a cliffhanger, which isn't fun. But still. When people are absolutely convinced they're true, oh, that's the worst part. I mean, most of them aren't terribly believable. In the first place. But it very much fills the void of, like, are you afraid of the dark and Goosebumps for some people. Which is admittedly a large void, without going all the way to, like, full-on adult horror. So. Found this haunted-ass SMW cartridge. I bought it at a flea market. When I tried it, a hyper-realistic skeleton appeared on the screen and threatened to beat up my dad. I was scared, so I uploaded the game on my computer and patched a jump onto it. This is what happened. It had a lost episode. It was total dog water, yet there's a whole comment section of people who are trying to convince people that really did see the episode's totally real. Happy Appy, yeah. Wait till you learn about FNAF. I mean, that thing's entirely driven off the notion of creepypasta. Yeah, I just need to die. That's the Yump readme? Oh, I didn't realize that. That's awesome. I thought that was like a creepypasta you just came up with. Does make a lot of sense, though. Does make a lot of sense. Spin me right round. Keep trying to get that far one, and I'm not. Well, I got the far one that time. But yeah, skeleton trying to beat up your dad is the Yump readme. I'm shocked at how many of these have rolled, and I have not gotten Fireflower again. Like, legitimately surprised at this point. Baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round. Still want to sing the Wonderwall version. Not gonna lie. Dang it. Fireflower, okay, cool. We get to try this room again after like 30 minutes. Thought the first FNAF was fine, interesting horror game, and when the games were survival horror, walking sims, or action games. Yeah, they just keep adding more. Oh, I'm dumb. I think part of the problem is like, an awful lot of horror stuff, especially in that general area, they don't think through how it's going to end. And so you kind of just have this lore that exists in a vacuum, and then they try to like backfill it to make sense or to fit with a greater narrative, when really it was a game just about scary animatronics. That was really it. It was just like, dude made a game about scary animatronics. Animatronics are scary. They're weird looking when you take off their skins. In fact, if you want a real life kind of creepypasta thing, which actually exists, I'm not pulling any like nonsense here. There is a video called Concept Unification, which is about how to make your, there we go, Funtime Pizza. I forget what the actual name of it is, but how to make your animatronic bear singing pizza location into a Chuck E. Cheese. And it's kind of interesting to see all the steps they took to rebadge, reimagine. Oh, got him. Everything I did there was wrong. Just to sort of rebrand it. It's really interesting, honestly. And it's all presented in this sort of infomercial format because it was designed for people who worked there. It's like, literally, 2 weeks before we do this, you need to contact the signage person to get your new Chuck E. Cheese sign. Here's a number for our distributor. Call them to find out who the local distributor is and get your sign bought. You'll also need to play these tapes for the next couple weeks, and this specific tape, while you're working on the main stage. Like, it's very interesting. The problem, of course, being is it exists on YouTube, but the second one is muted. And if you can't hear it, it's not as much fun. So, 5 seconds of record and then imitating organ. It keeps bouncing back and forth. Also, the creator's earlier game called Desolate Hope is interesting. You consider putting in my queue. Interesting. Further series went more and more unfocused. Yeah. FNAF only had so many games because they were trying to one-up game theory. Yeah, people put so much work into those game theory videos. It's absurd. And part of the problem is, like, nobody wants to have your entire, like, timeline guessed by some asshole with a YouTube channel. So you kind of have to work within that framework, which makes it even worse. You might have to change up plans or figure out something new in the event that they guess exactly what you're going to do. This was a lot easier back when, like, the only sorts of people who did that kind of thing, like, were on Usenet. But it's become endemic. Hello Neighbor was that? Oh, the Hello Neighbor people. Yeah, I watched a video on that. That was weird. It seemed like a really cool concept, and the implementation needed some work. A few years ago, I was at PAX, and they had like a gigantic area set up for Hello Neighbor to the point where I was like, what the hell is this? And because, of course, it was... Oh, God, why do I keep doing that? I just think that I can... Oh, how do I do that part consistently? I think I drop Y so that I can bounce through. A giant area for it, and I end up looking it up after the fact, so I'm not going to wait in a giant line to play something I'm not, like, terribly interested in. But still... Alright, and then there's this jump. How do I make this jump consistent? Nope. Do you remember what the video on Hello Neighbor is? Oh God, I don't remember exactly. I think the guy's shtick is like looking at series and trying to figure out why and how they failed. And so he looked at like the demo stuff and everything. I do not remember the name of it though. I could look it up eventually. If you reminded me, I might be able to find it, but you'd probably be able to find it just as like, I don't know, putting in like downfall of Hello Neighbor and looking for a video that has like 1 million views. Would be my guess. Because I legitimately do not remember the name or the creator, and I had no incentive to follow him after watching that video. It was interesting, but that's not the normal kind of thing I want to subscribe for. Okay, there we go. There we go. Progress. Well, took out one of them. I can live with that. Alright. Oh. Oh! Oh! Oh. There's a lot of it. That's the problem, yeah. Yep, you found it. You know, I thought Hello Neighbor was just some one-off game for a failed series, but apparently it's fairly big, despite that no one ever talked. I think it kind of fell off because, like, people saw the ending and it made no sense. Bro, that went wrong. That might also be it. That might also be it. Like I said, I don't remember which one I specifically watched. They're probably both very good, I have no idea. Or possibly both very bad. It's the nature of YouTube. To you right now, I'm not making one. There we go. Whenever I get off my ass to make a informative video for YouTube, it's going to be about Sonic and Knuckles 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 and Knuckles. Or sorry, Sonic 3 and Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles. Because I have the footage and I needed to sit down and like edit that into something cohesive. Either a website or a YouTube video or something. And Knuckles. They're built on to be nonsensical to generate speculation, yeah. The game was not fun or logical, no. Grow trees with a gramophone. Yeah, the puzzle I saw that was nonsensical was like you needed to do a bunch of stuff to open a window so you could use the trampoline to get out of the odd fortifications this man has built in his backyard. Like, the setup is a good idea. Like, your neighbor is weird, and no one else seems to notice. Could be kind of a cool setup for, you know, like a kid's movie, but as a game series, it leaves something to be desired, I think. Unlocking Sonic and Mate. Oh man, I miss those rumors. Those were so much fun. If you defeat 255 Brachiosauruses while having the Paladin while having the Cursed Ring equipped and the Paladin Shield, oh, and a ribbon, Cursed Ring and a ribbon, and then you go talk to General Leo's grave in the World of Ruin, he'll come back to life and you'll get to have him in your party. Yeah, that's it. The problem is if I don't get enough attempts at this, then I forget how I'm doing things, and it's not good. Some other game with that premise before. Idea was interesting, fell flat. Follow Inscriptum or Jack Skeptic Eye. That last name sounds familiar. I might have watched a video from that guy. I don't recall. The name does sound familiar. Maybe Fries is that guy. The world may never know. Never get that right. What does that even mean? That you might be the same people, or that the world may never know? The world may never know is just a cliche phrase that is at the end of the Tootsie Roll commercials from the 1950s, which I'm not surprised would be something you would be ignorant of, because, yeah. Hey, Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? 1, 2, 3. It takes 3. And now you're out of a Tootsie Roll Pop, kid. Sucks to be you. Nothing personnel. So, I'm gonna speculate. Yeah, what a scam. I mean, to be honest, the worst dental problem I've ever had, well, one of them, one of the worst dental problems I ever had was caused by a sucker, and so I've sworn those off for years. I haven't had one in I don't remember how long. The occasional hard candy, but never a sucker with something in it that you want to get to the center of. I remember getting excited when the turtle variant came onto the Tootsie Roll commercial. Oh, is the turtle one that much better? I think the turtle still does the same thing. I want to say that I am cheesing this by going back and forth on this. I don't think that's the intended solution. I'm not sad about it, but I don't believe it's the intended solution. Actually, Dwayne Johnson, I like it. 4 or 5 layers to that Tootsie Roll commercial? Huh. I mean, we've seen Fries, or at least some sort of very impressive VTuber rig of Fries on his channel every once in a while. On Fries days. I cannot believe I am not hitting this block. I'm just gonna back out one more time. There we go. Like, this room is all patience. Which I failed to have. Never seen a Fries Day. It might be on too early. I watch them occasionally if I'm up early, but yeah, Fries Day happens sometimes. Ah! It was, oh, go ask Mr. Owl, I don't have lips. Goes the owl variant. Oh, interesting. How very odd. I mean, how would having lips impact your ability to lick things? Like, I feel like I can still lick things. I feel it's more of a function of one's tongue than one's lips. Stream regularly before you broke your toe. Oh, right. How's the toe doing? Is it healing? Can you go upstairs again? Or are you still stuck downstairs? There we go. I remember how to do this. Okay. See, I think that's the intended solution. You just go. Where the hell did this guy come from? I must have respawned him weird. Blarg, thank you. Okay. Not yet. Still fall when you use the shower, so you have to sit down. Oh, that sucks. Full one is Mr. Cow, Mr. Fox, Mr. Turtle, Mr. Owl. Interesting. I may have to look into this at some point. Edify my childhood memories. Which is surprising, because I wasn't even born in the 50s. But certainly do recall some Tootsie Roll Pop commercialage. There we go. Blogs have a very large range. You'd have to stand in them to poke their head out. Also wraps, so safe regions like 2 tiles or something. But also wraps, interesting. That I wouldn't have guessed. Okay, here's the hard part. Oh, that worked. Oh no, not again! Ah, well, there's no way. Was kind of hoping I could find some cheese. Most chicks like that wrap. I've definitely seen it a lot. I've definitely abused that to occasionally get myself an advantageous position on like a thwomp or something. Okay, I need to stand up for a minute. I'll be right back. I guess it would have been kind of funny if it reset in my absence, but thwomp is funny because it's hardcoded to slam if it's vertically on screen. Baby Yoshi egg. Oh, that's another one I wouldn't have guessed. I mean, ultimately, I wouldn't be that sad if it reset, because I haven't achieved all that much since last reset. But very much a worst comes to worst, and I'm decent at that Yoshi Spring section. Like, I feel very confident in my Yoshi Spring intersection. The one that I have a bit of trouble with, of course, is the intro to green beans, but, you know. That, too, is not that long of a section. I've got to finish all of these. Yep. Beans do it too, because they're collision. Yep. Yeah, I've just been calling those things screen local whenever I've needed to refer to that property. Things like dust clouds also do that. Which has only come up like once or twice ever. Don't know why they're implemented that way, but that's how they are. Okay. Then we wait. And then we go. I don't know why that works. I just gotta warp through that one. Okay. No! Oh, it'd be so much faster. Skull is just low, I guess. It's very possible it's just like a pixel or two and it makes the hitbox work. I need to be a lot faster at that. Like, I need to just spam and have confidence in my spam. The problem is that, you know, you only get 2 bullets, right? And if they don't intersect with something, I lose the time. And that sucks. So I have to figure out a better way to do that. Or just get lucky and beat it. You know, like I said, it doesn't matter too much as long as I do it once. It also occurs to me with retry, yeah, with reach, we actually saw the cloud thing just happen on the left side of the screen. That was kind of cool, actually. There we go. To be completely honest, I'm kind of ready to go back to the star section. Just as something different. Well, that's fine too, I guess. As long as that thing doesn't respawn. Oh, I jumped too early. Cool, we get a break. A break from Fire Flower. And a lot more you spin me right round than we generally would like to have. Oh, that was... I did that in the wrong order. I guess I thought I might be able to make the intersection, but no. Here's what is. Alright. Wait for Blarg. I do like the strat there. You just let go of Y and it kind of just works. It probably shouldn't, but it just does. And we relax. And we wait. We feel the patience. And actually kill the bat. Okay. The path is cleared. Onto this weird one. I can just stand here. And just outthink the Blarg. I don't really get the point of these guys. They're just kind of there. There we go. Success. Oh, right. There we go. No, no, no! Ah! Oh. It's not even the end. There's more. Why is there more? It's a fiddly section at best. Anyway. Still thinking about Final Fantasy Tactics. Oh. At the end of the day, it's not like a Kaiser Castle, so I guess there are normal enemies to avoid. Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel it, but though that they don't add any actual challenge. You just kind of watch them. You just kind of watch them walk by. Everything else in this hack has been very deliberate, and that feels silly to some extent. Like, it's just there. No! I think I can actually swing this. Yeah. That worked. It was BS, but it worked. Alright, let's see if we can... Nope. Gotta love the good old last level This isn't the only gauntlet, though. Like, there have been 3... I mean, this gauntlet came right after the prior gauntlet, right? Where we did the 4 rooms of enemies. Like, 8 rooms, checkpoint, 8 rooms, checkpoint, 8 rooms, checkpoint, or 8 rooms boss. No, wait, I think that was 8 rooms, checkpoint, then 8 rooms boss. Just the 3rd one came pretty quick. Also very glad I didn't reset midway through that one. That would have been awful. Ultimately, I think I like these rooms a little bit better, just because I'm not doing so many of them in a row. I didn't get the jump I needed. I think impatient players would be silly and rush over to get over them. I think that's fair, given that, like, the entire point of this specific subroom is to have an immense amount of patience. You definitely died to them? Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever died to those. They're just there. The other thought I had was sometimes that sort of thing could be used to stall the player long enough to force certain spawns to work. Which could be the case. I'm not going to say it is, but it could be. But that. Pray that we get both of these unstable setups. No, yeah, I did get that one. Okay. Perfect. All right. I like how the beginning of this room sets you up to think, oh yeah, this is going to be, you know, fast and furious muncher run. And then it's like, no, 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 no. Take your time. Try not to star it up. Oh, come on. I feel like I'm close on both of those, honestly. Like, that room is pretty far in. This room's really far in. Like, I bet after that maze, there's like one more silly obstacle in this. Point is, you're not playing them all in a row, unlike you, so you just go through the one room you're good at, and since the average player is not... Yep. I mean, that's the difference between testing and moderation, or testing and moderation and normal playing, is just you don't normally do these sorts of things if you're just playing the hack. You have the latitude to say, no, I'm just going to do the one I like. And you see that oftentimes in the speedrunners in Grand Poo World, where like they will pick the set of rooms they like, and they will stick with them for eternity. I think there's still some rooms I haven't seen that are in that last castle, just because none of the players I've watched beat Grand Poo World actually want to do them. The roulette does make it tougher, yeah. It does mean that at the end I'm going to be sitting, just kind of fishing for stars. But you always have the option of just immediately bailing using either the insta-kill code or those munchers at the bottom of the screen. So... Right, I gotta re-grab that. Alright, and then we have the absolutely normal, completely boring, nothing happening spike tops. Just nothing there. Perfect. Ah! No, I panicked! I could have saved that! Ah! That was dumb. I could have slid under. I definitely could have slid under. There was no reason to take that way. Here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to complete one of these rooms, and then I'm going to call it, because I'm tired and this castle's really huge. I suspect it might even take up the entirety of the next moderation stream, depending upon what comes after these sets of rooms. So I'm going to run into a blarg. Become impatient and run into a blarg is the end of that sentence. I do feel like the ones I'm closest at is the Fire Flower, more so than the Star. I just don't know what more else could be in the Star Room. And the Star Room is pretty big. And not terribly linear, because you're going up and down. Whereas here, you're basically going straight. And there's only, you know, you can only have 1F screens. And it's a lot harder to predict what will happen with those. Wait. Keep on rolling. Keep on trucking. Such a bizarre motto for the 70s. It's that 60s. Oh, I can't believe I failed that there. See you rolling, they hating. That one makes more sense. Trying to catch me because I'm white and nerdy. Was watching that video, the white nerdy one, and I'm like, huh, the two dudes in the convertible, they look familiar. It's Key and Peele. It's like, man, these guys are everywhere. Mostly because they are. Yeah, it is. It's them. If you go look, you're like, huh, they look very familiar. I think they were a bit younger then. They came into fame a bit later than that. But it's totally them. I also learned that the bit where Donny Osmond does a dance in the background was done in slow motion. But also that Donny Osmond, in fact, knows sign language. Because apparently one of his siblings is deaf. So, the more you know. Wonder if Weird Al's touring again this year. Haven't looked into it yet. Probably look and see if he is and see if Squiggles wants to see him. With any luck, I won't be sick next time. Because it sucked to miss the tour. Though I think it was the ill-advised, another variant of the ill-advised self-indulgent tour, which is always fun, but still. Like, I'm not going to turn down an attempt on this just because there's a small chance I am at the very end there. If I pull off like one or two more tricks, lucky tricks, I'll actually make it. Nope. No, I won't. Okay, do that. Do this. So long. I got lucky, that was not my normal strat. It's definitely all off cycle there, but it worked out. There's also something kind of funny about killing a bat that's already underneath lava. With fire. Or just killing one in general, that's also pretty funny to me. Okay. Alright, we're past that. Stand on this, wait for Blarg to do Blarg things. Jump back. Something funny about killing a bat. Yeah, the sentence could probably end a lot worse, honestly. Maybe something about the Batman. There we go. Yes! Ah! No! I was even ready for it. I know that's coming. Oh, I barely made it. Not again. No, definitely not again. Let's say there's a theme in this stream, which is snatching victory from, just snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And that's exactly the same. That's exactly the same fail I did last time. Like, I hit the wrong squares and could not come back around to it. Ah. I'm still not certain what to do there to make it consistent. That one jump would make a huge difference. I kind of figured out the small thwomp, the wimp. I figured out most everything else except the, you know, actual obstacle I'm stuck on in the air. But that jump eludes me. I feel like you can't do it from a standstill, so I need a little bit of momentum. But I think I should try doing it at a standstill again? Maybe? I don't know. Normal jump be better than spin jump? I tried normal jump. Maybe normal jump with a little momentum would work better. It's not even the one I want. There we go. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's one of those, my consistent strat isn't consistent enough, and trying to learn a new one could be a problem. Boink. Can you spin jump off blargs? Yeah, you can. I haven't found a spot where that would be all that useful. Like, I guess if I wanted to go a bit faster, I probably could do some stuff with that. But my general thoughts have been just let the blargs do their thing, and I will just come back. I may be making this look a lot... This might be taking this a lot slower than I necessarily have to, was how that sentence ended. Right before I did something that was too fast. I might just be fading too much to be able to keep up with this. I still need to, like, write a test before I go to bed. Thankfully, I don't need to do anything else. The test is, like, the one important thing. Wrote some code to do a thing. Need to prove it works. You know, the standard. Good old standard. Nope. Should also look into why my thing crashes periodically when moving between deaths. I think it might change the level number, and it gets confused, and it's like, I don't know what that is, and fails. But it fails in a safe way, so it doesn't really matter. But I probably should include a check for that. Oh, for... Come on, give me the... No, why won't you give me a fire flower? Getting to the point where I'm kind of tempted just to set up cheats to load fire flower as opposed to roulette. At least they're not getting, like, a shit ton of repeated capes. That would suck. Oh yeah, regular jump works way better there. Pfft. At least it feels righter there. I didn't think I was going to make that. I was getting impatient. Just need one of you. Okay. Bonk, collect. Ah. Just need to get back. Like I said, repeated capes. My biggest fear. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. We are getting there. Somewhere. Possibly somewhere over a rainbow. Still my favorite Key and Peele sketch. The gay wedding one, where this giant black family comes together and asks questions about what to expect at a gay wedding, and one of the older guys keeps asking about all sorts of songs. Will there be singing? And he's like, "There's not going to be no gay hymns at the gay wedding?" Which is honestly kind of funny in of itself. Okay. We're back in a good spot. I guess that one or the the marijuana card one is pretty good, where he keeps coming up with illnesses that he clearly doesn't have to try and get a pot card. There we go. Alright, I'm ready. Ah, yes. Okay. Alright, this is fine. Let's just let them all free. I may have made a bad mistake. Letting them all free may or may not have been the right choice. Operation Moses might be a bust. I think there's still space for me. Come on. Come on, demo. Yes! Okay, that's another one down. Alright, we'll give that another shot. Oh, it was scary, but we did it. I didn't think it through. There was clearly a way I should have done that, but I didn't think it through. Alright, we'll give this one more try, and then I think it's time to find someone to raid and head to bed. It's getting cold in here. I'd turn off the heater for noise reduction purposes. We've had a cold snap here in Seattle. It's like 30 degrees. It's colder than it should be at this time of year. One of the reasons I like living in Seattle, at least allegedly, is because it never gets too damn cold, and it doesn't snow. This year, no snow, which is nice. Or, well, there was snow, but I missed it because I was out of town. It was only like 2 days worth of snow. But, like, usually it's overcast, but the trade-off is you get consistent, you know, 40 to 60 degree weather, which just isn't that cold, but then we get cold snaps periodically, and this is one of them. Only need one of you. Oh, I'm stoked that we got that. I'm stoked that I got the end of that. Alright, here's our attempt. Wait. I just realized I could do that. Boy, that would make it a lot easier now, wouldn't it? I don't like this. Oh, I got both rooms. Shit. Well, let's check out at least one more room then. Doing the jump in a way that doesn't need the star at all. Yep. I feel... Oh, I could have come from the bottom and hooked around. Oh, God, I've been dumb this whole time. Oh, I can go back up, too. I'm going to ride the pipe. Whee! And before this is the end? No, it's not. There's clearly at least 2 more rooms. See? This is the throw block room. And over here is the... it doesn't matter, I die. Who cares? Over here is the that block room, which usually is sprite only. Oh, it's the red cape room. Well, let's check out the red cape room. Oh, God. Right, you gotta go under. Yep. My confidence in being able to beat the red cape room is rapidly falling. -4 in the Pacific Northwest. Yes, it is cold. What's the red cape? The red cape is kind of like, think like a Yoshi hover, where like you can dip a little bit and then come back up, but you only get one. Does the cape palette not work? No, it chooses a spot in the bit. I don't know exactly what's going on with that. It looks better on some characters than others. I didn't even look to see what it really looked like on demo. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the cape uses a different palette position on demo. For some characters, it made them look really weird. Like Leprechaun Mario has had better days. I'm definitely gonna have to find a better way to do that. Anyway. Yeah, it doesn't kill you. It doesn't kill you when you die, which is nice. Or get hit, yeah. At least in the prior Red Cape levels, that was because it was a certain amount of friendliness. Let's check out the throw block level really quick, and then we'll find someone to raid and call it. Oh, it's this. Yeah, see, like, demo is now this light blue, which is kind of nice. It sometimes works. 2, 3. I like this room already. This room's kind of my room. I like this. Oh, I needed a spin jump. All right, well, whatever. Yep, 2 additional power-ups, so we'll have to figure that out next time. Yeah, if I could pause and keep the music, I'd just be, like, in the middle of this pipe. I do find it amusing you can go both ways in this pipe. I don't know why. In before there's more room spaced on you. Oh, I bet there's another set. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. There has to be a Yoshi eating fruit room where you change up things. That definitely has to be the case.